far as the weather goes from the last couple of days. No rain forecast, which is good news. Players have just taken the field for the 11 o'clock start, with Nottinghamshire resuming their first innings on 157 for 4, trailing Northamptonshire by just 1 run. Joe Clark not out on 41, and Lyndon James not out on 7, partnership of 22. It's going to be Tom Taylor to take the first over of the morning from the David Capel end. My name is Sam Keir, and alongside me is Dan Jadzovic. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning to you, Sam. Good morning to everybody who's tuned in. Notts will be desperately hoping they can get through this couple of hours, session and a half of these grey clouds, won't they? Unscathed. Lyndon James and Joe Clark to build a bit of a partnership here between the two of them. Not the greatest season so far from Steve Mullaney. Patterson White obviously not played a massive amount so far this season either.
Oh, and a chance goes begging. Second ball of the morning. It was between Emilio Gay and Gareth Berg at second and third slip. Probably looked like it was Emilio Gay's catch. He certainly was the one that went for it, if a little late, but Northamptonshire can't afford to let chances like that go begging. Because if they can exploit these conditions this morning and wrap up, I say wrap up when they're only 4 down, but certainly make significant inroads into this Nottinghamshire innings without the lead getting too far, then they're still in with a chance, but they really do have to take their chances. And that boundary down through slips to third takes Nottinghamshire into the lead.
Yeah, and you'd say that would be a pretty orthodox and regulation catching chance there for the cordon. It does look like it's been, well, being generous, I'd say perfectly placed, but you would desperately hope one of second or third slip would have made an attempt.
Yeah, well, of course, it's the second time we've seen a chance go through the cordon without anyone really committing to it. Ben Duckett dropped on 26 yesterday with, I think, what has been agreed would be Harry Goldston's catch, the Northants keeper. That went between him and Ricardo Vasconcelos at first slip, but this one's gone through second and third, and they do stand close together, the Northants slippers, which I wonder if that then...
Some might say it's even more impressive to find the gap between them than Sam.
Yeah, well, the point I was going to make was maybe it then adds an element of uncertainty as to whose catch it's going to be.
True. Yeah, I think that's a good point.
As another boundary through that third region takes Joe Clark to 45. So 9 off the first 5 balls of the morning, and really, Lyndon James should be back in the players' pavilion.
Much like, this will be the only similarity between myself and David Willey, but I'm not the greatest when it comes to cricketers and what hands they bat with. But Gareth Berg is right-handed and Emilio Gay is left-handed, and that would have gone to the weak side of the both of them. That would have gone to Emilio's right and Gareth Berg's left, whereas traditionally and typically you would suggest if it was your strong side, it would be your catch.
In my eyes, I think it was second slip's catch. I think it was. His hands were slightly... He went for it almost a fraction late. But it should have been taken by someone. And that's intense frustration for Tom Taylor and for Northamptonshire. And in a morning where wickets are required quickly, not what the home side would have wanted. But, you know, to be fair, we're seeing a lot this season. It is a tough catching ground, and we've heard it from a number of players. We saw Ricardo Vasconcelos dropped a number of times in the slips. We saw Ben Duckett missed yesterday. We saw Matt Montgomery dropped in the slips, and now we've seen Lyndon James dropped. Jack White to start from the Lynn Wilson centre end. He's created a few chances without any luck so far in this innings. And a boundary off the pads, bit of a loose delivery. Lyndon James's second boundary of the morning.
Looking forward in today's play, Sam, this session is going to be so important for both of these two sides. Northamptonshire have got a good opportunity here with the overheads that they are presented with today to pick up the remainder of these Nottinghamshire wickets for what they would hope to be a fairly cheap total and comparative total to what they managed in the first innings. On the flip side to that, Notts, Lyndon James and Joe Clark have got an opportunity here to bat through a really tough session with the overhead conditions. And around 2 o'clock, I heard a rumour that the sunshine might make an appearance here at Northampton, and by which point you would suggest it might get a bit easier to bat.
Yeah, the overheads have been the key factor throughout this game. It's a lovely shot from Lyndon James, but it's well fielded by Rob Keogh at mid-off, and it's just a single. Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I was speaking to some visiting Nottinghamshire fans downstairs just before we came on air. The main topic of conversation was how cold it was. But I think we agreed that whoever's batting when the sun comes out will be in a good position, because if it's Northamptonshire, they'll have taken wickets relatively quickly, and then they've got a chance to try and build a lead, set up a chase. But if it's Nottinghamshire, then they'll have built a significant lead and will be looking at batting once, trying to shoot Northants out for an innings victory. So all the bowlers can do is create those chances. You need the fielders to then take them.
Yeah, and so far the bowlers from both sides have created a number of chances that the fielders haven't taken so far in this game.
On the money this morning, as you would expect, Jack White.
Bowled brilliantly yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, in terms of beating the bat, he's going at 2 runs and over, giving nothing away. He had those 2 edges that went through a vacant 4th slip, just wide of 3rd slip. Not chances, given there wasn't anyone there, but you know, forcing the mistake. And again, he's just plugging away on a good length. 5 off his first over. The only real aberration, that first delivery, which was a bit of a leg stump long hop. As a friend of the stream, James Coyne from The Cricketer, who we had on during the Middlesex game, wrote a very entertaining report of yesterday's play, in which was the headline was, "Is Jack White the unluckiest cricketer in the county championship?" And he makes a compelling argument, given the number of chances that have gone down off his bowling, the number of times he beats the outside edges, the number of times batsmen just get something on the one that's tailing into the pads. You know, and he is Northants' leading wicket taker this season, but he could have probably twice as many as he's got.
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly not intelligent enough to work out what the wickets total would be and what the strike rate would change to.
It's punched through the offside, and does eventually go for 4. So the runs coming quickly this morning for Nottinghamshire, which is something Northants can ill afford. The lead already up to 18 runs this morning, and the partnership now worth 40.
But before the start of this game, Jack White was 16th on the list in the 2023 County Championship. Leading wicket taker statistics. 4 matches, 6 innings, 111 overs, 14 wickets for 387 runs, an average of 27.64, which you'd say is unkind based on the chances that he has created so far. Economy 3.5, which again I would say, based on what we've seen so far from him this year at Wantage Road, Sam, would be inflated as well. And then you look at the strike rate, 47.64, and I think you really could come up with a very good argument that could well be with inside the 30s if those chances had been taken that Jack White had created so far.
Yeah, I was just thinking about how he's sort of compared to Brett Hutton, really, and obviously we've only seen Brett Hutton, you and I have only seen Brett Hutton bowl in this fixture, but there's not been a huge difference in the way the two of them have bowled. Brett Hutton's picked up 23 wickets, 3rd in the wicket takers list, and probably with the chances that Jack White might have expected to be taken, he'd certainly be up towards 20 this season.
Yeah, comparatively, Brett Hutton's average before the start of this game was 17, so 10 less, and the strike rate 28, so 19 less than Jack White as well. But hey, I mean, that must be, Sam, somewhere around the history of where that saying came from: catches win matches.
Yeah, it's a truism for a reason. Bit of a way shape from Tom Taylor, who, if he can just adjust his line a little straighter and get the ball to move away, will be in business again.
I like this opening partnership from Northamptonshire with Jack White and Tom Taylor. I thought they were the two pick of the bowlers for Northants yesterday afternoon and evening, so I'm glad to see that Northants and Sam Whiteman have elected to go for these two seamers at the start of the day. I'm sure Jordan Buckingham will back the two of them up brilliantly well after that, and we've seen some short spells so far from Gareth Berg and James Sales too.
The Northamptonshire live stream is powered by Daffabet, and we would love you to get involved. What are your thoughts on Jack White's ill fortune this season? How do Northants get back in this game? Or if indeed you're a Nottinghamshire fan, what do you want as your first innings total, given we've got a bit of sunshine coming? Well, let us know. Details on the screen of how you can get in touch. Via email, stream@nccc.co.uk, or on Twitter @NorthantsCCC. So whether you are a Northants fan, a Notts fan, or a neutral, tuning in to live pictures here from Wantage Road, powered by Daffabet, then your company is much appreciated, and your thoughts, opinions, questions are very much invited. We'd love to hear from you. Oh, that's lovely from Jack White, and there is a classic example of the ball that draws a shot and passes the outside edge, but doesn't take the edge.
No, I don't want to keep talking about the weather, Sam. I know we're both British, and that is about the only safe topic of conversation that, as a British resident, we can cling on to. But this afternoon and this evening is the only time in the forecast over the next 2 days where there's any sign of sunshine on the forecast, and so I think that again highlights just how important that those two sessions could be. And if Notts can get through this and get a lead of, I think, anywhere within 3 figures, particularly looking at tomorrow, we've got more cloud on its way with a chance of a shower in the middle of the day as well. I think it's going to be pretty challenging batting conditions tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think we established from day one that actually this is a really good cricket wicket. There's a bit in it for the bowlers, but it's not a, it's not a minefield by any stretch of the imagination. And the big factor has been the overheads. The thing that precipitated Northampton's loss of first 7 for 17 and then 8 for 45 in their first innings was the floodlights coming on. It had been cloudy all day, bit of moisture which just gave a bit of zip to the older ball. And talking of zip, a little bit of bounce and sea movement there from Jack White. So yeah, if the sun comes out, then you do wonder whether this will become quite a nice pitch to bat on. So Ben, our hardy camera operator, just highlighting those leaden skies.
He's made a different stuff, isn't he, Ben? So far this season, he's had sunburn in -3 degree temperature. He's been out there in the rain. He's been out there in the wind blowing past him. I'm desperately hopeful for him. Sooner rather than later, we do get some sunshine.
So Tom Taylor has had a slip removed from his cordon, down from 3 to 2. That's one way of making it clear whose catch it is, if there's no one next to you.
Oh, it's a savage comment, Sam, but you're absolutely right.
2 slips. A third, which is where Gareth Berg has been moved to from third slip. Point, cover, a wide mid-off, almost a extra cover almost. A mid-on, a mid-wicket, and then Jack White in his customary position at long leg.
It's lovely to have that effects mic outside without the wind causing it to spike and having that horrible crackle going through the headset and your audio feeds as well, and being able to hear the sounds of...
Oh, and that's one that comes in from Tom Taylor and strikes Joe Clark on the pads, but it was going down. But good to see Tom Taylor getting it to move both ways.
If you are watching the stream, to accompany those wonderful sounds through our effects mic, if you've got some kind of pixelated image coming through on YouTube, there's a little gear icon on the bottom right hand corner. Click on that, go to picture quality, image quality, and just select the 1080p version, and that'll sort you right out for the duration of the day.
Christopher Gotch has been in touch via email. Thank you, Christopher. He says, I was at the county ground yesterday and watched Jack bowl magnificently. He was the best bowler by far, but couldn't buy a wicket despite amazing economy. Even as a Notts fan, I felt quite bad for the bloke. Yeah, well, that sums it up, Christopher, and it's been a bit like that all season for poor old Jack White. And that drops short, but this is good stuff from Tom Taylor.
Yeah, creating chances, isn't he? As I said, I'm really happy with the start and with the two guys that have taken the ball first thing this morning for Northants. Tom Taylor had that magic over yesterday where he picked up the wickets of Ben Duckett and Haseeb Hameed. And so far, he's found 2 genuine outside edges from both Lyndon James and Joe Clark now. This time, Emilio Gay doing the fielding.
No, he looks motivated this morning. Tom Taylor is charging in, bowling as quick as we've seen him bowl in the match so far. A maiden there.
Well, there is... Well, obviously, as this pops up, the blast starts soon and the tickets are on sale. I believe it starts a week on Wednesday here at Wantage Road against the Worcestershire Rapids. Without sounding completely Northamptonshire, even though this is the Northamptonshire stream, there is a massive opportunity here for Northants to get themselves back into this game. They look forward down through that Notts batting lineup, and I don't think anybody would disagree with the fact that the middle order, lower middle order, has been short of runs this year. There's great overhead conditions for the seamers, and they do potentially put themselves in a position where they can bowl Notts out relatively cheaply from this stage. I appreciate they do now have a lead of 18. And you do create that second innings shootout over Saturday and Sunday. Potentially Northants look forward. They kind of go, oh, if we can get through Notts this morning, we can have a bat in that sunshine this afternoon and have a go at Notts tomorrow under these conditions again.
Yeah, I think that's spot on, Dan. It'd be really interesting to hear what people think, both from Northampton and Notts' perspective or a neutral's perspective. What sort of a lead for Nottinghamshire keeps Northamptonshire in the game, if you see what I mean?
I think with the time left, I think anywhere north of 100, I think is going to be very difficult for Northamptonshire to come back and get a positive result from this game. I think the draw is obviously still very on.
Well, let us know if you agree with Dan. That lead 19 at the moment. So Dan reckons another 81 runs and Notts are at least safe from being ambushed from a Northants second innings recovery. But at the moment, tough batting conditions, and we've seen a couple of edges already. Jack White also bowling with an identical field to his colleague Tom Taylor, 2 slips, fine leg third, point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. I feel like we need to check. I think Ben, our camera operator, can hear us now. He's got a headphone. So I think we should check on his...
How have we made this worse for him, Sam?
Exactly.
So he stands outside in those blustery, blizzard-like conditions all day, and then he has to listen to us too as well.
Give us a nod on the camera, Ben, if you're okay. Thank you. He's alive and well at the moment, but it is chilly. It's a bit less windy, so small mercies. But big shout out to Ben on the gantry. Just one off the over. 177 for 4.
How about you, Sam? Where do you see the game and the opportunities going over the course of the next 6 sessions? What do you think is a first innings lead that might be able to set up a game for Notts, or what would the total be for Northants to restrict Notts to in order to give themselves a good opportunity to win this game at Wantage Road?
I think you're about right, really. If it does become easier to bat this afternoon and the runs... Nice shot from Lyndon James. He moves on to 26. His third boundary of the morning. That was the first one which really came off a sort of proper cricket shot rather than a...
That was a lovely shot, that, wasn't it? Sound off the bat.
Yeah. No,
beautiful.
Just a touch full from Tom Taylor. Those edges have come from good length deliveries. And that one just zips back in. It's bowling really nicely, Tom Taylor. Movement off the seam in and through the air away.
It's gone big and it's gone late, isn't it? Off the seam, which ultimately has done too much off the seam, but really, really encouraging signs. String a couple of these deliveries together, Sam, and could be moving that number 4 along on the scorecard.
Yeah, it's worth reading that article from James Coyne. It made me laugh in a sort of rueful way. You could feel the pathos coming off the screen. So James Coyne from The Cricketer, his match report from yesterday, all about the hapless Jack White. This time he's gone. No, he's dropped again, and it's a no ball. I don't know if he actually took the catch, but the arm came out.
I think the catch was taken.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh dear. If so, yeah, the catch is taken, but can you believe it? It's a no ball, and really, once again, profligacy from Northants. This time the bowler can have no complaints, and Ricardo Vasconcelos punches the ground in frustration. Yeah, my reaction was, oh, he's dropped it because of the way Vasconcelos reacted, but he'd obviously heard the call of no ball.
Yeah.
I think that's Tom Taylor's first no ball of the game. In fact, I think it's the first no ball of the game. And would you believe it? It's a one where Lyndon James nicks it.
Yep. Do you reverse that back though? Vasconcelos himself had a couple of lives in his innings on day 1 and day 2.
Yeah, he did.
So the luck certainly comes around. Lyndon James, although having scored 108 runs so far this season, an average of 13.5, young lad, 32 first-class matches to his name already in his career, but averages just shy of 36.5 in the county championship. So no slouch with the bat by any stretch, and without stating the obvious, clearly someone that you don't want to allow too many opportunities to.
And now he's gone. Finally. Well, the no ball and the drop did not eventually cost too much, and that is a blessed relief for Northants, who really should have seen the back of Lyndon James twice already this morning, but they've got him now. Ricardo Vasconcelos takes the catch. Yeah, Lyndon James was offering plenty of opportunities, and they have finally got their man. What a relief if you're a Northants player.
Absolutely, Sam. Lead of 25 now, not 5 down. Captain Steve Mullaney will be the next man to the crease for Nottinghamshire, who, as we've said a couple of times, has struggled so far this season. And with the way that Tom Taylor and Jack White are bowling this morning here at Wantage Road, it's not going to be an easy start, is it, to this innings? And Northants will be desperately hoping that one brings a couple.
It's a loose shot from Lyndon James. He didn't make the most of the luck that had been afforded to him by Northants. And straight to Ricardo Vasconcelos, a regulation catch above the head. And hit.
Just enough shape away, wasn't there, to draw the edge out of Lyndon James. We saw a couple of over, or the over before that lovely shot through the cover, through the covers. I think that one there was a lot more hands and wrists involved in that cover drive, whereas the one before was a lot more MCC 1960s coaching manual textbook-esque.
It was loose, wasn't it, from
It
James?
was.
And I think it just shows that you're never, under these skies, you're never really in. You've got to pay plenty of respect. And can Jack White get in on the action? I'll tell you what, both Tom Taylor and Emilio Gay, to a certain extent, Gareth Berg will be breathing a sigh of relief.
Absolutely. As I was just singing Lyndon James's praises, is a very dangerous cricketer, and affords those lives to, could be a cricketer that you really would go on to, as you said, rue those chances. But Steve Mullaney 147 runs so far this year at 18.3.
So James was added 19 after being dropped on 7, and in the context of a low-scoring game, you know, although he hasn't punished Northants too hard, those could be crucial runs. It just shows how important it is to take these chances.
Yeah, of course. And with the view of impartiality, how different could that first innings score from Northamptonshire be if Ricardo Vasconcelos had been dismissed for 11 on day 1?
Three slips in for the new man, Stephen Mullaney. I think Stephen Mullaney is someone who will know exactly how to approach this situation. I don't think we'll be seeing too much loose stuff from him early on. He's aware that he needs to hang around a bit. Oh my word, that is out. He will not hang around for a bit. He plays no shot, and the ball clips his pads, and the umpire was not hesitating in raising his finger. So that's a huge wicket, and Jack White finally gets his reward. The Nottinghamshire captain, Stephen Mullaney, gone for a duck. I suppose the only question here is height, but I think that's fine. It's clipping the top of off stump.
Yeah, I think that's got him on his back leg, isn't it, as that's come back in, which, as you said, my first thought was height, and it could well be a valid thought, but I think the back leg on the back foot would have been enough there for the umpire to have convinced him that LBW was the correct decision. 6 down, amazing. 1 brings 2, Sam.
Well, this is exactly what Northants needed, and after a shaky opening 15 minutes, they've made those inroads that they so desperately needed.
39 matches for Liam Patterson-White, averages 24 with 100 in those statistics. Can certainly talk about Liam Patterson-White's bowling a lot more enthusiastically so far in his young career than his batting. We haven't really seen much of Luke Fletcher since that first session on day 1, but he will be, I would imagine, carded to come into bat with Brett Hutton and Dane Patterson to complete the Nottinghamshire tail.
Slightly surprised that Stephen Mullaney left that, because Jack White's natural angle is into the right-hander, and he's been tailing it in certainly this morning and getting the odd one just to nip away. So it was risky leaving one that was there or thereabouts pitching just outside off stump. And both of us this morning have been singing the praises of 2 Nottinghamshire players, and the very next ball they've gone. So apologies to Nottinghamshire fans, but from a Northamptonshire point of view, perhaps we should keep doing that.
Jack White on the money for those first 2 balls, which Liam Patterson-White safely negotiates. A successful over for Jack White, 17 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 31, the score 184 for 6. Nottinghamshire lead Northamptonshire by 26 runs in the first innings here on day 3. Tom Taylor to carry on from the David Capel end with Joe Clark on strike. 2 slips, deep third, deep point. Jack White makes his way down to fine leg, safe side but cover, mid on, mid off, and a mid wicket as well. And that is a big appeal from Tom Taylor, and nothing given from the umpire. might have been sliding down, I think, Sam, and missing leg stump. Or was there a little tickle on that as well? Ooh, I don't know.
I thought I heard something woody. And looking at that replay, you kind of think they must have been, because otherwise.
Yeah.
But there again, Tom Taylor just getting it to sort of move both ways.
And left alone this time by Joe Clark, who is on 47. I think the apology to the Nottinghamshire fans, Sam, I think was valid, but I'm not convinced the commentator's curse works for the opposition team.
Yeah, maybe.
I was half expecting to start singing the praises and all of a sudden look up and go, oh, well, there's the lead of 100, and sorry, Northants, ban's spoken again.
Other than that, no ball. You can't fault the bowling so far this morning. It's been bang on the money.
Yep, been fantastic.
You know, and from the game's perspective, it needed those early wickets to keep this alive as a contest. So as much as I'm sure Nottinghamshire fans would not like that to be the case for the neutral observing this game, it's very much game on.
Shape back into Joe Clark again. What have we got left average-wise, Sam, for... Well, we've spoken about Patterson-White, but for Brett Hutton, Dane Patterson and Luke Fletcher, Tom Taylor, terrific bowler with over 150 first-class wickets. 25 of those came last season, with a best of 5 for 49 versus Gloucestershire.
Well, as we know from his time here at Northants, Brett Hutton can hold a bat. He averages 17 in first-class cricket, 5 50s.
And a big drive out to Jordan Buckingham at deep point, which brings Liam Patterson-White on strike. Joe Clark onto 48.
Luke Fletcher averages 14, 7 first-class 50s. And Dane Patterson averages 11.6, top score of, sorry, 12.17, 150, top score of 59. So, you know, they can all hold a bat,
Yeah,
as the
work.
modern cricketer can, but I suppose if they all scored their average, it'd be another maybe plus, let's say, what these two contribute, then maybe it would be another 60 or 70 runs, and that would be a lead of 100, as you mentioned. But I think the batting conditions currently are probably not ones where you'd say, oh, well, they're nailed on to get their average.
Did have an email come in from what we've become so familiar with the emails. It's been signed off Dordogne Conkers this time. Well deserved, Jack White. Hope this is the start for Northants and for the Saints this afternoon. Good job the Cobblers aren't in the playoffs as well. For those rugby fans listening, Northampton away to Saracens in the semi-final at 3:30 this afternoon. Jack White, well defended by Joe Clark. I'll let you say up the Saints, Sam, because that doesn't feel right for me.
Not a rugby man.
Not the fact it's a rugby man, it's the Saints bit, which is the which is the issue. Defended again. Jack White drawing Joe Clark into playing well outside his off stump, which would be encouraging. Had a great time yesterday, didn't we, Sam, when we were joined by David Willey on his return to Northamptonshire, just announced as the T20 Blast captain. Oh, it's a lowie. Kept low, but drew Joe Clark into the shot. Goldstone did the keeping. No, it was really good fun having a chat to David Willey yesterday afternoon, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's good value. And I think the thing that came across most for me was just how much this place is in his blood and his soul. You know, memories of childcare in the grounds team's hut, and
again draws Joe Clark into the shot.
Bringing his own kids down here. Looking forward to some full houses in the Vitality Blast. So yeah, I think he's happy to be home.
Certainly is. Not a fan of meal deals, but a massive fan of Wantage Road. How can you not like a meal deal though, Sam? They're not quite as generous as what they once were with the cost of living and the inflation crisis, are they? But it always used to be a good challenge to go into your meal deal shop of choice and try and pick out the most expensive items as you possibly could to get the most value, or what you considered to be the most value for the money.
Come on, then, you're aching to tell us.
No, I'm not really.
I want to hear yours.
No, I couldn't tell you. I remember that the smoothie drinks were always very expensive, so you always felt like you were getting good value with one of those. Jack White through to the keeper, Harry Goldstone, to finish another maiden over, his 7th of the innings, 185 for 6. Sam's having a glance out the window. Is anything taking your fancy?
I was just seeing how many were in. There's decent smattering in the Cinch football stand. And upstairs in the Spencer Pavilion.
Tom Taylor will carry on from the David Caper lens this morning. To the left-hander, Liam Patterson-White. Lavish movement at the end of the last over. 3 slips waiting. And Tom Taylor pushes that one across. The left-handed Liam Patterson-White. Vasconcelos at first. Emilio Gay at second. And James Sales at third, with Harry Goldstone, the wicketkeeper, completing the Northamptonshire slip cordon. Is it always a coincidence that opening batters manage to find their way to first and second slip?
Yeah, certainly been some great slippers who also open the batting.
It must be coincidental, surely. I mean, Langer and Hayden were a phenomenal opening pair and found themselves pretty well cemented in the slip cordon. Alistair Cook as well, apart from the one that he caught between an outside edge, and well fielded by Jack White to stop that one going for anything more than a single.
Yeah, great commitment from Jack White there. Just showing the standards he wants from everyone else.
Backing up his fellow seamer that's put in a serious shift this morning for Northamptonshire. Brings Joe Clark on strike, who is on 48 off 133 deliveries. 2 slips for Joe Clark. Tom Taylor, who has bowled very well to the right-hander so far this morning. Joe Clark defends that one
Yeah.
successfully into the offside.
It's testament to how well Taylor and White have bowled this morning, is that Joe Clark has found it really hard to score. He's added 7 to his overnight score in 43 balls.
Yeah.
So, you know, they've made it really hard. Credit to Clark, though. He realises that, you know, you can't afford to play too far away from the body and too expansively.
Moves to 49. Probably not a million miles away now, Sam, from the first bowling changes of the day for Northamptonshire. Would you like to see anyone in particular from any particular ends as the first and second change today?
Well, first thing I'd say is I would keep Taylor and White operating as long as they're happy to do so and continuing to bowl like this. They look really threatening. Tell you who I thought Buckingham bowled well yesterday, maybe a little wide of the off stump at times, but he beat the bat on plenty of occasions.
Full, very full from Tom Taylor, and Patterson White works that one into the leg side. Buckingham does the fielding with Gareth Berg and restricts that to just a couple.
But after a bit of a loose opening over, I thought James Sales bowled nicely. Got a crucial wicket. That of Matt Montgomery to break what had become a very useful partnership between him and Joe Clark. They put on, what was it? They put on 68 for the 4th wicket.
I think when the change happens, I'd love to see Jordan Buckingham from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Yeah, I think that's probably what will happen.
Would be the most important one for me. Good carry through from Jack White. As Joe Clark leaves that one well alone. And then James Sales from the David Capel end, do you think?
I think that would be my. I think that would be the way I'd go about things. Gareth Berg's fullish length to some tail enders might be quite useful to try and blow a pad off.
And down the leg side, Joe Clark puts that one away. 50 runs for the Nottinghamshire batter. 53 off 136 deliveries. Strike rate of 39, 9 fours, and he's been out there for 164 minutes. And a gift to bring up your 50.
Just releases the pressure valve a little bit. I think that's only the second sort of gimme that Jack White's bowled all day. His first ball of the day and his most recent ball of the day.
And in very challenging conditions, some very, very valuable runs from the Nottinghamshire wicketkeeper.
Yeah, Joe Clark's second 50 of the championship season. Scored one in the defeat against Middlesex. He's had a few 40s, so he'll be desperate to go on.
Yeah, none more important than that innings last week, Sam, as well.
Yeah, vital. Actually, yeah, Northants will have some unhappy memories of Joe Clark. When he was a Worcester player, scored 100 when Worcester chased 401 at New Road in 2016. That's a hell of a chase that was, and Worcestershire getting home by 2 wickets thanks to that 125 from Joe Clark. So Northants will be hoping that they can keep his score significantly lower than on that occasion when he was wearing the pairs, rather than the Stags.
Shape back in from Jack White this time. 3 slips. The field for Liam Patterson White, who is on 3 not out. The lead now 36 for Nottinghamshire. You'd like to somehow time and a big expansive drive from Liam Patterson-White that goes through to Harry Goldstone. Jack White looks to the heavens again to wonder what he might have to do to find that outside edge. I was just about to say, Sam, you kind of look around and you look at the forecast and you think, how do we time the end of the Nottinghamshire innings perfectly to coincide with the sunshine coming out without also conceding that many more runs? Because I think we're looking at sunshine at about 2 o'clock. But obviously, if Nottinghamshire bat until 2 o'clock, there is a lunch break in the middle of that, I do appreciate. But you think, well, that's an opportunity to score a few runs. But you probably don't want to be out there batting with the new Dukes and Dane Patterson, Brett Hutton, Steve Mullaney, potentially Luke Fletcher as well, whilst the skies are still a touch grey.
No, I guess you've got to back yourself, your top order to, to dig in whilst it's tough, and then should the conditions improve for batting, then you make hay.
Yeah, change of bowling from the David Capel end. Gareth Berg will replace Tom Taylor. First change of the day. As you said, a bowler that likes to exploit a very full length and will target those stumps and the pads of the Nottinghamshire batters. Joe Clark on strike on 54. And Gareth Berg on that 4th stump line straight away. Bit expensive so far in this innings. 6 overs, none for 44. And invites the drive from Joe Clark, who plays and misses. Once again, I've just had a message come through from, and I'm gonna do a shout out, Sam, because I can.
Go for it. Yeah.
So my cricket club back home on the south coast, Eastergate, are playing East Preston today in Division 7, I think, of the Sussex Cricket League. Just had a message come through from the captain to say, we want to hear a shout out. So there you go, you've got one. Good luck, lads.
Yeah, let us know if you're preparing for your own cricketing exploits this afternoon. Stream at nccc.co.uk or on Twitter at NorthamptonCCC. Whether you're playing, watching today, scoring, supporting, or staying glued to the live stream powered by Daffabet, let us know.
Outside edge from Joe Clark. Runs down to Gus Miller, who's on the field as a substitute down at deep third. And restricts it to a single, brings Liam Patterson-White on strike for the 2 remaining balls of this Gareth Berg over. And just a reminder there to pop up on screen that the T20 Blast is just around the corner. So get your tickets in. Come down to Wantage Road. We can't promise the sunshine, but the cricket will be good. Two slips for Gareth Berg. Jordan Buckingham, I apologise, is out of deep square with Gus Miller at deep backward. And that's squared Liam Patterson-White up. As that one goes out to Jack White. A backward point.
Saturday's always a good day as well, from hearing from people watching from across the globe. Everyone's hopefully got a day off after a working week. If you're starting your day or ending your day wherever you are in the world here on the live stream, let us know where you're listening from, whether near or far.
Driven from Patterson White, and well fielded in the covers there from
That's
James Sales.
Yeah. Great stuff.
Very well fielded. Just noticed, obviously, Jack White at backward point. It's Paul Collingwood-esque.
Yeah.
See him diving across the outfield to take some one-handed spectacular catches. And we will get a change of bowling from the Lynn Wilson Centre. And Jack White, who's bowled brilliantly this morning and throughout this game so far, will be replaced by the Aussie overseas Jordan Buckingham, 23 years old. 541st player to play for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, career best of 6 for 58, which I think came against the New Zealand A side in Lincoln over the winter in an unofficial test match, I think is what it's dubbed as.
I think Jordan Buckingham will be looking to bowl his natural full length here and just see if he can extract a loose shot. Only 2 slips. But that's what he likes to do, is bring people forward. Oh dear.
That'll be byes, and 4 of them to start the Jordan Buckingham over. Didn't carry at all, did it? 3 to Harry Goldstone, as that one beat the wicket keeper.
No, just the first signs of a bit of variable bounce.
Very strange. Martin has sent us an email in saying, very much enjoying the coverage the last few days. As a Nottinghamshire supporter I've not met, in inverted commas, you before. Can you both tell me a little bit about yourselves? And that's from Martin. I'll let you go first, Sam.
Well, thanks for tuning in, Martin. Yeah, you're listening to or watching the Northamptonshire live stream with me, Sam Keir, and Dan Jazovitz. We're both die-hard cricket fans, done a bit of work in the game, and I used to work down at Sussex Cricket as media manager, and I do a bit of freelance media management across the English summer, as well as commentating and a bit of PA announcing as well. In fact, I'll be announcing at the Aegeus Bowl when Northants take on Hampshire.
Behind enemy lines as the 200 comes up for Nottinghamshire of 58.5 overs.
What about you, Dan?
What about me? Well,
introduce yourself to Martin.
I've made a career mucking around on YouTube, Martin, and making some cricket videos and cricket podcasts and things like that, and had a thoroughly good time hanging out with some of the players, making some cool stuff and some cool opportunities, and has led me here to Wantage Road.
Tell us about yourself, Martin. It's a real get-to-know-you session, but thank you very much for your company. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. A lot of that is down to the excellent behind-the-scenes team: Alex, Ben, George, Toby.
Oh, beats the outside edge again from Joe Clark. We've seen a lot of that from Joe Clark in this innings of 57, haven't we? Left well alone. Brings the end of Jordan Buckingham's first over. 6 off it, 4 byes, 2 off the bat. 201 for 6 now. Nottinghamshire leading by 43 cricket runs.
Still lots of chatter from the Northamptonfielders, as you'd expect after a pretty decent start to day 3. They'll be desperate to get these last 4 wickets without too many more runs being added to Nottinghamshire's total, and then trying to get themselves back in the game with the bat. Patterson White being pinned down so far in his innings.
What were Nottinghamshire overnight, Sam?
They were 157 for 4 of 45 overs.
Okay. So added 44 in the first hour.
Yeah.
Northamptonshire picking up 2 wickets and their second bonus point of the game as well. Who's won the first hour, Sam, would you say? 44 runs versus 2 wickets.
Northants, I would say.
Yeah.
They had to take quick wickets. And crucially, they had to not let Nottinghamshire score too freely, and I think they've done both of those things, but by no means is it job done. They've got to keep up this relentless pressure if they're going to have any chance of getting back in this game. How they'd like to remove Joe Clark, who, to his credit, has not really offered a chance. He's had to really battle, but he's done that well. He's looked organised, covered his off stump well, played inside the line when he's been able to do so, avoid having his edge found. It's not been the prettiest of innings, but certainly been one that his side has will be very grateful for.
Little run around the ground, Sam, after the first hour of day 3.
Yep.
So at Edgbaston, we've got Warwickshire versus Essex. Essex are currently 150 for 7 in their second innings, which gives them a lead of just 34 runs against Warwickshire. Simon Harmer and Shane Snater. The not-out batters, Chris Rushworth, apologies, with 4 for 51. Hassan Ali, 2 for 39. So everything there points towards a successful match for Warwickshire up at Edgbaston. Lancashire versus Somerset at Old Trafford. Somerset made 361 in their first innings. 100 for young wicketkeeper James Rue. 50 for Matt Henry on debut. And 121 for 4 Lancashire are in reply, trailing by 240. George Balderson, the opener, 61 not out. And Craig Overton with a couple of wickets for Somerset in that game at Old Trafford.
That would be a huge result for Warwickshire, who are obviously currently, or started this round tied on points with Surrey at the top of the division, with Essex in third. And, you know, to beat Essex is never easy, and it would put them in a really, really strong position, especially as the Middlesex-Surrey game, as you just described, is probably leaning towards Surrey, but if Middlesex bat well in their second innings, they'd hope to get away with a draw.
Yeah, so as it stands there, Middlesex made 209 in their first innings. Surrey 233 for 5 in reply, which gives them a lead of 24. Sam Robson, Peter Milan with the runs for Middlesex, 76 and 66 respectively, Rory Burns made 88 for Surrey, and Jamie Smith, who is a very impressive batter, is currently 71 not out for Surrey in reply, so we'll give them an opportunity to build that first innings lead. And then the last game in Division 1 down at Canterbury, which was very weather affected yesterday, between Kent and Hampshire. Hampshire currently lead by 64. They bowled Kent out for 95 in the first innings. Kyle Abbott with 3. James Fuller, who did the damage here against Northamptonshire, with 5 for 21 off 8 overs. In reply, Hampshire 159 for 3. Joe Weatherly 58. Fletcher Middleton 48, which I think will be one of Hampshire's best opening stands for a considerable length of time.
It's driven into the covers by Joe Clark.
And that man,
Come back for 2.
James Vince, is 24 not out for Hampshire as well.
Yeah, this could be the round where we start to see a little bit of a decompression of the table, where it's quite tight at the moment. But if, let's say, Surrey and Warwickshire got wins and they start to look like the front runners, Kent, if they end up losing against Hampshire, suddenly look in trouble. And equally, Northants could do with avoiding defeat here to not be up in the air, but safe. It was a leading edge from Clark, but it went between cover and point. And he gets 2 in the end, but encouraging signs for Jordan Buckingham. I think when he bowls that just a little bit straighter, he looks more threatening. I think his natural inclination is to try and attract the drive with the full delivery outside the off stump, but when he just angles it in slightly and then lets the ball move away late, then you can make mistakes like that happen. That's good stuff from Jordan Buckingham. That's where he wants to be bowling.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about the table. Surrey and Warwickshire tied at 63 points apiece at the top with a 10-point gap to Essex. So that game between Warwickshire and Essex will automatically create a divide between first and third place. Surrey, as you say, I think it'll be quite challenging to go and create a victory from there. There's still plenty of cricket left to play, isn't there, Sam? But I'd imagine, looking at the scores, they must have had a pretty weather-affected day yesterday as well. Hampshire going very well, as we've just spoken about, so they will accelerate and elevate themselves up into third place.
4 runs for Liam Patterson-White, clipped off leg stump. And a nice shot. Yeah, you don't want to start getting stranded if you're the likes of Kent, Northampton, even Middlesex. Oh, that one has been given a wide. Harry Goldston had no chance of getting to that. It was very loose. So we've seen the first no ball of the match earlier, and now we've seen the first wide.
The umpire looking after the wicket-keeper there. You see so many of those, don't you, where the umpire turns around and signals byes, and you think, how on earth the wicket-keeper stand any chance of getting that one? Ironically, I don't think that was horrendously wide when it went past the stumps.
To keep moving.
Just carried on, didn't it? And gave Harry Goldston absolutely no chance to fetch that one back. And we saw a really athletic stop from him yesterday, didn't we? Which I think ended up giving him cramp in his hamstrings.
That's right.
Or hamstring even.
Yeah, Warwickshire, look, all the talk has been about pre-season, about Surrey and Lancashire, and Essex to a certain extent. Lancashire with 4 draws from their 4 games. Surrey, as you'd expect, with the depth of their squad, started well, but so have Warwickshire. I think that seam attack of Hannon Dalby, Rushworth, Hassan Ali, not to mention Ed Barnard as well.
Yeah, Chris Wokes in the
Chris Wokes,
couple of rounds before this one. I think to take Hassan Ali from Old Trafford is a huge signing, isn't it?
Yeah, very passionate cricketer, isn't he? Loves taking wickets.
Yeah, one of the best sellies in world cricket, isn't it? From Hassan Ali.
He almost does a lap of honour, doesn't he, when he takes the wicket?
Oh my word!
Again, extravagant movement after the ball passes the batter.
That looks like that's seamed away out of the footholes there, Sam.
Yeah, well, as you'd expect, Gareth Berg, his sort of modus operandi of bowling full and hoping the ball does a bit, well, certainly did a bit out of the footholds there. Yeah, that Warwickshire batting line up with Hayne and Mosley, they bat deep as well with when Wokes plays, certainly. Got a duck in this game, but Michael Burgess is an excellent keeper batter. Certainly has been so far this summer.
Yeah, very good player. That movement away from the left-handed Liam Patterson-White off the seam has just prompted a field change there, with Tom Taylor moving to gully in the first instance, and I now would suggest a fourth slip.
Yeah, well, that kind of ties in with Berg's plan of bowling full and wide-ish, hoping to elicit a big drive. 10 off the over with the 5 wides. And this partnership worth 33 now. And the lead 59. So can't afford too many overs with 10 coming from it. There's a 4-legged friend.
Yeah, I think the girl has finished her jumping jacks routine in front of the score box as well, going for a lap of the ground. Might treat themselves to an ice cream on the way past. Don't think you'll be in any danger of it melting.
No.
This morning. Or this afternoon even, as it's 13 minutes past 12. Shall I go for a little bit of Division 2 as well, Sam?
Yeah.
So Yorkshire versus Durham at Chester Street. Yorkshire's second innings, they're 153 for 5, which gives them a lead of 180 runs over Durham. Dawid Malan scored 44. The returning Johnny Bairstow made 36 off 101 deliveries. So very un-Bazball-esque from Johnny Bairstow. Got the gloves, which is always a talking point, isn't it, when it comes to England Test cricket at the moment. But both him and Ben Folkes keeping respectively for Surrey and Yorkshire. And obviously the big question is who will they go for this summer? And one I think is almost rhetoric at the moment, Sam.
It's a good line from Jordan Buckingham. He has 3 slips. He's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Patterson-White, who is having to work hard.
Not much cricket so far at all at Derby, between Derbyshire and Gloucestershire. 60 overs have only been played so far. Derbyshire 183 for 5 against Gloucestershire. Harry Kane 84 not out, the Derbyshire opener in that game there. a lot of cricket left to play and not much time to play it.
And that's what he's looking to elicit with those full, wider deliveries. And Liam Patterson-White, who's been pinned down somewhat, couldn't resist a big booming drive, and the three-man slip cordon for a second thought they were in business as Patterson-White's under edge just flicked the turf.
Yep. Down at Cardiff, Glamorgan needs 69 runs to beat Worcestershire on day 3 at Sophia Gardens.
That's too wide, Jordan Buckingham.
Tim van der... Is it Houten? Is that the...
Houten.
Houten is the pronunciation, I believe, who picked up 5 for 48 in Worcestershire's second innings. As I say, 69 runs to win with all second innings wickets in hand for Glamorgan at Cardiff, so looks pretty good for those guys. No play day 1 at Leicester between Leicestershire and Sussex. Leicestershire won the toss and chose to have a bowl, and Sussex are 395 for 8. Tom Alsop 167 not out. Stephen Smith scored 3. I think he averages about 16.5 in the county championship, Sam, which no doubt is going to come back and bite us later on in the summer, but encouraging signs for England fans.
Okay, Buckingham was looking for the magic delivery there, or the one that sort of pitched on leg stump and then swung away, but carried on down the leg side. Again, Harry Goldson had no chance, but it's going down as byes, which is always a bit unfair. But strictly speaking, it's a maiden from Jordan Buckingham, who, other than that delivery, has bowled really nicely in his 3 overs so far this morning. 3, 4, 6 runs, I believe, so far this morning. Yeah. But a useful little partnership now. 37 for the 7th wicket, and the lead up to 63. So you feel like it's getting towards crunch time for Northants. They need a wicket.
Absolutely right, Sam. This period of play will only please our friend Martin, who is watching in from West Bridgeford. Nice area of Nottingham, 5-minute walk to the ground. Nice pub on the corner as well if you're there or thereabouts before going into the ground or heading off to the Forest ground or to go watch Notts County. But anyway, Martin, you asked to find a little bit about Martin. He is retired, followed cricket all his life. First visit to Trent Bridge was with his granddad back in 1968 for Nottinghamshire versus the Australian tourists. It was also the day that Harold Larwood returned to the ground for the first time since his emigration to Australia in 1950. So keep up the good work.
Thanks, Martin. Lovely to have you with us and to get to know you. I like Nottingham as a city.
Yeah, it's a nice place, and as I say, West Bridgeford is a nice area of it as well.
And Trent Bridge is a very nice place to watch cricket. I was actually there for that. Do you remember that? Well, how can you forget when Australia were bowled out for, what was it, 59 or something like that?
Oh, the Stuart Broad.
Yeah.
8 for 13, wasn't it, Stuart Broad?
Yeah. And
the iconic celebration of that Ben Stokes
exactly
flying catch at third slip.
It was probably the most wild I've seen a cricket round go when that catch was taken. Oh, and I don't know if that's dropped short or if Tom Taylor just hasn't quite got down. We'll have a look on the replay. But Gareth Berg found Patterson-White's edge, and I think,
judging by the reaction of Tom Taylor, I think that has carried, Sam.
Yeah, it has. He was just a little slow to get down, and I hate to say it, but that is another chance at a crucial point for that has gone down for Northants.
Yeah. Vasconcelos off the field for some running repairs or a comfort break and replaced at first slip by Tom Taylor.
Yeah, another chance goes begging. And when you've scored 158 in your first innings, you can't afford to put too many chances down.
No, not at all. A bit more sport going on from the Nottingham clubs and enterprises today, Sam. Notts County are in the National League final against Chesterfield at 3:30 this afternoon in a bid to get back into the Football League. And then Nottingham Forest away at Chelsea at 3 o'clock this afternoon as well.
It's the second chance that Tom Taylor has put down in the slips yesterday off Jordan Buckingham. Very different chance. That one flew fast off the bat and was put down over the shoulder. And then this morning, that chance we just saw off Gareth Berg, Tom Taylor just not quite bending those long legs enough to get his hands underneath the ball, which was dying fast on him, but will go down as a chance.
Yeah, little pop-up you just saw there for about the T20 Blast tickets. Just to mention that all of the Friday nights here at Wantage Road sold out last summer. So if it is a Friday night you want to get yourself down to, make sure you get a ticket and avoid disappointment. 70% of Blast Plus tickets have already gone for Friday nights so far this summer. So if you are wanting an allocated seat, they're running out pretty quickly for the Friday nights. So get them in.
Yep, talking about the lively atmosphere in 2015 when the Aussies were rolled at Trent Bridge for 59, I think it was. This is just too wide, really, from Jordan Buckingham. Easy enough for Joe Clark just to let the ball go through. He is getting a bit of away movement, but he needs it to be a little closer to the batter for him to be in business. Yep, a good atmosphere, lively atmosphere on those Blast evenings here at Wantage Road. Let us know what your most lively days at the cricket have been, whether it's test matches or county cricket. Get in touch on email or on Twitter.
Shot. Good shot for nothing, that, wasn't it? From
stream at nccc.co.uk or at NorthantsCCC if you want to get in touch. Let us know about some of your great days at the cricket. Sounds like Martin Holodinsky, who has emailed us from West Bridgeford. He's a 5-minute walk from Trent Bridge, and he had a good day with his granddad in 1968. So I'm sure Martin has enjoyed plenty of great days at Trent Bridge, but get in touch and let us know about your great days at the cricket. Oh, and that's better from Jordan Buckingham. Straighter, good length, moves away and beats the outside edge. And, will Northants rue these drop chances? Patterson White dropped on 9 off Gareth Berg in the slips by Tom Taylor. The lead creeping up. 64 now. They've put on 65 runs this morning. Nottinghamshire for the loss of 2 wickets. It should be 3 after Patterson White was dropped in the last over. Gareth Berg will continue from the David Capel end. Wicketless so far, and he's been expensive, 58 runs from his 10 overs, but he should have a wicket. Excuse me. Apologies. Good to see some youngsters in the crowd there. Looks like, just like our correspondent Martin from West Bridgford, who was taken to the cricket by his granddad, that some youngsters being brought into the ground by their families. Good to see that young man proudly sporting a Northamptonshire Championship shirt, freshly bought from the club shop. Getting a good view side on just in front of the old signal box. It's always wonderful to see youngsters being given their early tastes of this game we all love. And it's amazing the sort of perhaps days that in the history of cricket would be put down as, you know, not being particularly memorable, but you never forget your first day at county cricket or test cricket. Mine was a Sunday League game in Horsham in the early to mid 90s. So let us know what your first professional game was, as Liam Patterson-White drives confidently down the ground for 4 runs. Gareth Berg again striving for that full length, just over pitching on leg stump. And it's dispatched by Patterson-White, who is no mug with the bat by any stretch of the imagination. Averages nearly 25 in first-class cricket. He's got a first-class 100 to his name, 6 50s. I just asked the viewers, Dan, for we saw on the pictures a young lad, a young lad in a Northamptonshire Championship shirt, enjoying the cricket, and was talking about how you never forget your early trips to, you know, to your first county game or your first international.
Yep.
So just seeing if people want to let us know what their early memories of watching their county or their country.
I think it's a good question. Alex, our producer, has just chimed in as well and asked about where the preferences would be to watch the cricket: behind the bowler, square on, ground level, up high.
Dabbed down to third by Joe Clark. Jordan Buckingham will run in and hold on to the ball as he continues towards the umpire to hand over his cap and resume his pretty decent spell.
What was your first game, Sam? Do you remember?
I was just explaining on, whilst you nipped out, I think it was a Sunday League game in the mid-90s at Horsham, Sussex versus Notts, it might have been actually. Or maybe Somerset, can't remember. Having said that, you always remember your first day. I remember spending most of it playing cricket underneath the temporary stands with my mates. Well, at that age, you just want to be playing, but it is inspirational to see it going on. And the thing that got me, I remember, is when you watch on telly, you get the foreshortening, so you don't get the sense of quite how far back keepers stand. I just couldn't believe it when I turned up. I think it was Vasbert Drake's bowling for Sussex, and just quite how far back Peter Moores, who's obviously here coaching Nottinghamshire, just how far back he was standing. It blew my mind. You suddenly realise how quick these guys are bowling. But yeah, I think I turned up in full whites.
Why not?
You just never know if you're going to get asked. Nice shot from Joe Clark. Long chase for the fielder. Tom Taylor cleaning up out in the covers and hurling the ball back towards Harry Golston. 2 more to the total.
So would you have
3
turned
more
up,
to the total, excuse me.
you would have turned up in 4 whites to a game that was being played in coloured kits?
Yeah, funnily enough, I didn't have a full coloured kit at home, but I thought it probably put me ahead of in the pecking order for people who had no kit.
Makes sense.
But this was the era where, you know, where another 4-legged friend on the stream. He looks like a character.
Looks lively.
Yeah.
A lively.
Was
that a spaniel?
Looked like some sort of spaniel. You wouldn't want to leave your packed lunch. I think,
Well, no.
anywhere in the
or your
vicinity.
Duke's cricket balls.
Yes.
That could be an expensive mistake.
Once again, the fielder out in the deep does seem to have a little bit of difficulty picking up the ball that is hit cross-battedly into the onside. We saw it on a couple of occasions where the substitute fielder yesterday for Nottinghamshire just totally lost the ball. So Mark Tobut, I hope we're getting your name right there, Mark. One of the first times I saw Northants was as I'd not long moved into my teens on the 18th of May 1980 at Bletchley.
Oh,
Going down, I think. It was the second day of the tour match versus the West Indies, and I was fortunate enough to see both Viv Richards and Clive Lloyd make hundreds for the Tourist. A glorious summer's day, and I still love the game now. Thanks for the coverage, guys. Well, it's absolutely our pleasure, Mark, and what a memory. Imagine that, your first game seeing Viv Richards and Clive Lloyd.
I got the pleasure of Shane Warne in my first game,
Oh, wow.
which was Sussex versus Hampshire at Arundel Castle in one of the very early T20s. Mushtaq Ahmed as well.
And despite Harry Goulston's best efforts, he gets a glove on it, but it will be 4 byes, which is pretty cruel on the Northants keeper. That was a wild delivery from Jordan Buckingham. Yeah, so just a bit of leg spinning class on show at that one then.
2 of the greatest, I think, ever to come and play in the county circuit. Matt Pryor was there, Dimitri Mascarenhas. It was a stacked lineup at Arundel Castle that day, that is for sure. And I love, like, for me, when it comes to watching cricket, I love being as close as I possibly can be on ground level as well. And in an ideal world, mid-on, mid-off kind of area would be my... Obviously, I can't change over by over, but that would be the ideal position for me.
I have to say, I like being a bit higher up.
Yeah.
Just get a sense of bowler's length and what the ball's doing off the seam. But yeah, you can't beat being behind the bowler's arm.
Where would you position yourself here at Wantage Road then, Sam, for one of the T20 nights? Would you be up high at the David Capel end in front of the press box, or would you be down in Rowdy corner?
Yeah, I think the Jackson Grundy would be fun, wouldn't it?
I think this is that down by the ground staff maisonette, I think, is what's dubbed as Rowdy Row.
Yeah.
6 or 7 deep.
I think for a T20, yeah, you want to be...
Shape again from Gareth Berg.
But that's the beauty of a ground like Wantage Road, is you get the different sort of personalities in different stands. So whether you want to just focus on the cricket, or whether you want to get into the party mood, then you've got a choice. I think we're getting towards do or die time here for Northants. They need wickets, and they need them quickly.
Yeah, Leeds now 78, isn't it? 236 for 6. Nottinghamshire. How important might that drop catch by Tom Taylor a little while ago end up being? Vasconcelos back
Yes.
in his first slip. Almost like a permanent residency, isn't it? Like you get at Las Vegas.
Or an Ibiza nightclub. The DJ Vasconcelos.
It's got a ring to it, hasn't it?
But it's a really interesting point, about if one of your key slip fielders goes off and a catch goes down from a guy who doesn't usually field there.
Yeah, I mean, Tom Taylor's not a million miles away from the cordon, is he?
No,
he's down at fourth. He's there at fourth at the moment.
But it's sort of that chaos theory thing, isn't it?
And up-ish from Patterson White.
Would the catch have been taken? I mean, he's less distance to get down than Tom Taylor, Ricardo Vasconcelos. So
he certainly has that advantage. A very handy partnership being built here between Liam Patterson White and Joe Clark.
Yeah, past 50 now.
A big 24 minutes for Northamptonshire. How close could they be to the end of this Nottinghamshire innings before lunch? Apologies, slightly longer than 24 minutes, isn't it? I think lunch will be taken at 10 past 1 today, Sam. So 34 minutes. Haven't seen James Sales yet today. I wonder whether we'll see Jack White or Tom Taylor return before lunch for a blast before the sandwiches. And left alone by Patterson White, who is looking more and more comfortable at the crease as each delivery passes by. You will be pleased to know not only is Wendell in, parking his bicycle up by the supporters club and the bookshop. I can't see his flag yet. It'll
be there.
It must be quite a collapsible flag in that rucksack. But Wendell is in the building, here to support and cheer on the Northants lads on this Saturday morning. He looks like he's on his way to have a conversation with Saif Zaib down at deep mid-wicket.
I love to see that relationship he has with the guys.
And the ice creams are going down nicely at the opposite end to that football stand as well.
Another youngster.
What a better way to have a Saturday lunch.
Maybe, do you think Alex will buy us an ice cream this afternoon when the sun comes out?
I mean, you've said it on air now, so
Yeah.
we can only hope.
I'd love one, please, Alex.
I don't trust them not to put the camera on inside the commentary box, though, Sam, whilst they're being consumed.
That's a price I am willing to pay. Alex says they don't make a Dolly mixture flavoured ice cream, I'm afraid.
Fine by me. Jordan Buckingham, 18 overs so far today. And left alone by Joe Clark. There was a question that came in from Brian, who we have heard quite a bit from on these live streams so far, coming on Twitter. Good afternoon from the bus driver's break room in Northampton. As an expat Aussie, I'm enjoying the build-up to the Ashes. Will England's current positiveness continue if they suffer an early defeat? And will Jofra Archer bowl more than 5 overs in a spell? Thank you. You've got to love that Aussie banter, haven't you? The Ashes niggle. Full from Buckingham and driven this time by Joe Clark. As it comes down towards us at the Lynn Wilson Centre, and Jack White doing the chasing and the fielding. Successfully cuts that off for just 3. Haven't heard much from Glenn McGrath. It's definitely going to be 5-0.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, usually you've had that by now. Maybe Glenn's rattled, or he's just saving it.
Well, it's not happened in all the time that he said it over in the UK, so he may well have learnt. Obviously, we have an Aussie on stream with us today, bowling Jordan Buckingham. He comes into Patterson-White. And that one just drifts away past the stumps and well taken by Harry Goldston. What do you reckon about the positivity then? Do you see if England suffer an early defeat in that series? Do you suddenly see a change in the mindset, Sam?
I don't actually. I think it's pretty clear that Stokes and McCullum have a philosophy and a strategy, and that's what they'll pursue. I don't think they're probably the kind of people who are going to suddenly change tack if things don't go well early up.
End of the over. 239 for 6. I think you're right. I think it's got to be a live by the sword, die by the sword mentality, I think.
They might get a hammering for it if it does happen, but I don't think they're that bothered about what other people think.
No. Looks like we're going to have a change of bowling from the David Capel end. I think that's James Sales, isn't it, Sam? Removing the long sleeve jumper.
Indeed it is.
He bowled some very good deliveries in that 3-over spell that he served up yesterday. A couple of looseners as well.
Most importantly, he broke that partnership, and that's exactly what Northants need right now. Is this partnership broken, and it broken fast? Yeah, well, the worry for England is fast bowlers. Ollie Stone ruled out for the first 2 tests, according to George DeBell's exclusive in the Cricketer. Obviously big questions over Jofra Archer, and now Jimmy Anderson was described as having a minor injury yesterday. Apparently he's been spotted on the field during the warm-up. Obviously Lancashire are batting at the moment. He was just standing and chatting in sunglasses with folded arms before walking off looking happy enough. Well, let's hope. If Jimmy's looking happy, then he must be really happy, right?
You say it'd be good signs, wouldn't you? It's a harsh reputation, isn't it, for James Anderson, but one that's been built over a long enough period of time, I think, to be proved to be true. James Sales to Joe Clark, who runs that one down to Jordan Buckingham. A deep backward point. As you said, picked up the key wicket and broke that partnership yesterday. And no better time to do exactly the same here this afternoon with Joe Clark and Liam Patterson-White. Building a nice looking partnership.
You know, the Guardian reporting that Anderson won't bowl again in that match.
Playing this time from Patterson-White. I don't know why you'd risk it,
no.
Sam, to be honest.
But no more details other than a minor issue that is being assessed.
Yeah. 54 runs. Sorry, 56 runs, Sam, this partnership between the 2 Nottinghamshire batters. An optimistic appeal from James Sales there, but I don't think there was a great deal going for that. Pitched outside leg, missing leg stump as well. And snicked. Gone this time. Safely taken by Vasconcelos at first slip. James Sales breaks this very important partnership between Joe Clark and Liam Patterson-White. Nottinghamshire 7 down. And Liam Patterson-White goes for a steady 15 off 50 balls. And the breakthrough for Northamptonshire just before lunch with the lead at 84. Invites the drive. Patterson-White obliges, and Vasconcelos tidies up at first slip. Big wicket. And a very good partnership for Nottinghamshire. 242 for 7. Looks like the new man to the crease to join Joe Clark will be Brett Hutton. At number 9. Former Northamptonshire player. And as Sam said earlier in the stream, averages 17.5 in first class cricket. With 5 50s. A replay here of this James Sales wicket. And a good catch from Vasconcelos. 3 wickets left now then for Nottinghamshire. 20, 25-ish minutes before lunch. Three slips. Vasconcelos, Emilio Gay and Tom Taylor. Jordan Buckingham coming up inside the ring. So 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg, and James Sales hits the money, and a successful over for Northamptonshire and James Sales, which included the wicket of Liam Patterson-White. Oh, Wendell is infiltrating the opposition now. Which is nice to see. Hopefully giving them a bit of Wendell chat. Change of bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Jordan Buckingham replaced by Tom Taylor. Joe Clark on 71, who drives out to the sweeper on the offside and puts Brett Hutton on strike. Tom Taylor, 3 wickets so far in this innings. The 2 big ones yesterday, Ben Duckett and Haseeb Hamid in his first over of his work.
Boy, did Northants need that wicket, eh, Dan? Just when you think the game is getting away from them, they find a way just to keep in touch.
Absolutely. Good catch by Ricardo at first slip as well.
Yeah, 4 in the innings now for Ricardo. He's been faultless. Having been led off a few times in the slips in his innings, he's made no mistake himself.
No, completely right.
James Sales once again proving to be the partnership breaker.
Yep, just invited the drive from Liam Patterson-White, was full and wide, and drew the outside edge of the Nottinghamshire all-rounder.
It's a great knack to have.
One that they could do with sharing with Jack White. Just share some of the knack around. Don't take that out of context, will you? But yeah, a good opportunity, Sam, for Northamptonshire now before lunch. 20 minutes to go, 3 wickets remaining in this first innings for Nottinghamshire. Be desperately hoping to take as many with them as they possibly can before lunch and look to bat this afternoon in what the weather forecast suggests will be more favourable conditions. I think it's got a little bit lighter out there, Sam, hasn't it, from this morning? But it's certainly by no means clear skies overhead. There is still a blanket of cloud above Wantage Road, but just a little bit higher than what it was at 11 o'clock this morning. In swing this time from Tom Taylor. Challenging the stumps, Brett Hutton works that one into the onside for no run.
Well, Ricardo Vasconcelos is in with a shout of joining the 5 other players that have taken 5 catches, outfield players that have taken 5 catches in a first-class innings for Northamptonshire. One more and he'll join them, even when you could say he's in with a chance of being out there on his own. If he can take 2 more.
Yeah. Driven beautifully by Brett Hutton into the offside. Fielder drags that one back nicely. Brett Hutton picks up 2, gets himself off the mark. 245, lead by 87 now at the end of that Tom Taylor over.
Yeah, the other Northamptonshire players have taken 5 outfield catches in an innings, first-class innings. John Nicholson versus Worcestershire in 1928. Alfred Bakewell against Essex in 1928.
I remember it well.
Mushtaq Mohammed versus Leicestershire at Peterborough in 1968. Rob Bailey, now an umpire of course, versus Worcestershire here at Wantage Road in 1986. And Mike Hussey, the great Mike Hussey, against Oxford University.
Fantastic player.
Parks in 2002.
Short and wide from Sales, and Joe Clark obliges and dispatches that one for a 1 bounce 4 down to deep backward point. Do you think the 5 outfield catches for Mushtaq Mohammed was the tipping point for the suite being named after him in the Lynn Wilson Centre?
He's certainly got a few achievements which have earned him a suite downstairs here in the Lynn Wilson Centre.
You can hear Wendell providing the encouragement from deep cover. Defended this time from Joe Clark. Doesn't look like he's brought his flag along today, Sam.
Maybe because he was on his bike. Still, I'm sure he'll bring the noise.
Full from James Sales this time. Bring the noise, Sam. That makes you sound like an official ICC World Tournament host there, doesn't it?
That's the slogan, is it?
Oh, it sounds like the 3 words that could just be kind of plastered on a poster.
Yeah.
And repeated over by over the PA. Outswing this time, top edge, and caught by Jordan Buckingham. Sam fist pumps the air. James Sales picks up another wicket. The big wicket this time of Joe Clark goes for 76. 8 down now, Nottinghamshire, 249 runs on the board, and a massive wicket, having just got the wicket of Liam Patterson-White. Sam, 2 left before lunch now. Looking good again for Northamptonshire.
Well, they're giving themselves a chance. It was a good catch by Jordan Buckingham. Don't know if we'll see it on the replay, but he had to come in some distance, as you can see there on those pictures. But no, came in and caught it low down, and vital that he did.
There we go.
It was dying on him fast. But well batted, Joe Clark, a crucial 76, the highest score of the match so far. And he gets a warm round of applause from this knowledgeable Wantage Road crowd.
Yeah.
Well bowled James Sales. He's just got that knack.
Very well bowled. Invited the shot, didn't he? A bit more away swing, which took the outside edge of Joe Clark, carried all the way down to Jordan Buckingham at deep third, deep backward point. Luke Fletcher will come out to bat at number 9. The first time we've seen Luke Fletcher since Thursday morning, and he will have a runner in the form of Haseeb Hamid. And
He's
from so far from what I've seen from Nottinghamshire, I would suggest to be the quickest across the ground.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, Luke Fletcher looks like he's in real difficulty. The report yesterday was that he was having an ankle injury managed, but that looks worse than an injury being managed. He looks barely able to walk. So I suppose if you're thinking about the way this game pans out, then it looks almost certainly like Nottinghamshire will be a bowler down during Northamptonshire's second innings.
James Sales then to Luke Fletcher, who wafts at that one. First up, Brian tweeted in again, I don't want to carry on with this Aussie bashing of the English Test game, but he did mention on there to say about the Northants bowling looking lacklustre without threat. James Sales picks up 2 wickets, and the tweeter's curse he's acknowledged. And the outside edge of Luke Fletcher this time, and as you say, Sam, looks very uncomfortable. Jordan Buckingham does the fielding. 250 runs now for Nottinghamshire, and a wicket in the last over, the big wicket of Joe Clark for James Sales.
Yeah, I think it's worth commending Joe Clark on how he batted there. That was probably the first really loose shot he played. He had to really battle hard during his innings, which in the end lasted 179 balls. Just shows that no batter has ever really been in so far in this match, and we've been putting it down to the overheads. The forecast is for those to become sunny this afternoon, and maybe if they wrap up the tail quickly, that is Northampton's best hope of keeping themselves in this game. First batting point of the match, of course, as well.
Yeah,
250 up.
Nice shot by Luke Fletcher. Caused some confusion there with Brett Hutton, Haseeb Hamid and Luke Fletcher. I'm not quite sure who wanted the run and who didn't want the run, but Brett Hutton, apologies, got halfway down and decided to make his way back. Luke Fletcher, I think, might be here to enjoy himself, Sam, before lunch. And driven again, this time through point. And he will pick up a couple. All of the fun and none of the running for Luke Fletcher with the bat today.
Yeah, but he'll be devastated that it looks like he is out of the game as a bowler, unless it's a bluff and he comes charging in.
I mean, it might be a few words to be said if that is the case, but I suspect you're right, Sam. Not good signs for the Nottinghamshire seamer.
Well, they've got a pretty decent. They've been able to rotate their bowlers this summer, but they're dropping like flies now. He's got Stone out, and Fletcher certainly looking unlikely to continue his role as a bowler in this game. And you know, especially with what's happened to Stone and with some concern over Jimmy Anderson, I'm not sure how much more Championship cricket Stuart Broad will be playing. Although apparently it wasn't the ECB that pulled him out of this game. It was, you know, a part of the rotation policy. That was the word up in the media centre yesterday lunchtime.
In swing this time, Tom Taylor goes up. Big appeal from Harry Goldstone and nothing from the standing umpire, doing a bit too much. But I think that's very good and very sensible bowling to Luke Fletcher. Clearly uncomfortable on his feet, so nice and full, I think, is going to be the order of the day here.
He's getting the ball to swing late, isn't he, Tom Taylor?
big movement back in to Luke Fletcher and just goes past the off stump that time. Quite lavish movement as well.
Yeah, 73 overs old, this ball almost. It's doing plenty.
Not massively surprised when you look up for half a second.
Yeah.
That cloud hasn't dissipated just yet. There are patches where it looks like the sunshine is desperately trying its best to break through.
3 o'clock is when the Met Office are predicting we'll see the sun.
Short this time. Luke Fletcher gets underneath it, completes the over.
I think Tom Taylor's bowled really well. Hostile at times. You know, I think his speed's been up today. 3 for 58 from 18 overs. But he's hammered away outside off stump. Very few bad deliveries. And I think he's rivaled Jack White for being the pick of Northampton's bowlers. He's certainly a yard quicker.
Absolutely right. Stream powered by Daffabet here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Various ways and means of getting in contact if you'd like to on Twitter at NorthamptonCCC or via email stream@ncc.co.uk.
3 C's.
3 C's. Up-ish and well fielded by Gareth Berg in the covers. ncc.co.uk is in fact the proper email address. If you are struggling with picture quality, a little gear icon in the bottom right hand corner. Have a click on that, picture quality, video quality, and just click the 1080p version and you'll get the full, and this time pulled back to the bowler from Brett Hutton. Sign of intent from Hutton and Fletcher. Don't think they're planning on hanging about for long, and if they're looking at that forecast for 3 o'clock, they'll be thinking, let's get a bit of bowling under these cloudy skies before we get to Costa del Northampton this afternoon.
Oh, well bowled.
Very full, wasn't it? A good Yorker. Brett Hutton up to it though.
17 degrees in the sun apparently this afternoon.
Blimey.
So if you are in the area,
Shorts and t-shirt weather.
get yourself down to Wantage Road.
Free after tea as well.
Yeah. With an extended day here because of the time lost on day one and yesterday as well. 104 overs, so still 75.3 overs left to be bowled in the day, so loads of cricket.
And one more for Luke Fletcher, who hobbles his way back to square leg. Yeah, he does not look particularly comfortable.
Yeah, I'd be spearing them in at his toes, wouldn't you?
If I had the ability to do so, that certainly would be my tactic.
I used the conditional tense there, of course, the condition being the ability to do so.
And there we go, full pint. James Sales picks up his 4th. Castle rearranged. Brett Hutton goes for 3. 9 down now, Nottinghamshire. And a very good delivery from the youngster James Sales as he picks up his 4th. 254 for 9. Nottinghamshire now. The fight back is well and truly on, Sam, and this has been a very good period of play. Good bowling change from Sam Whiteman, Northamptonshire, brings James Sales into the attack, and he has rewarded the club and his captain with 3 wickets in this spell.
Yeah, and this his best bowling in first-class cricket. Previous best of 2 for 52. So yeah, he's done a great job, and that's exactly what I was talking about. Full, straight, little bit of in-swing, and with the way Fletcher was moving and the way he was looking to score, that was always on the cards if you could get it up there. So well bowled, James Sales. And we said 100 runs would be sort of the lead where you thought Notts would feel or Northants would feel they're probably out of the game. Well, could be there or thereabouts. So you can't quite say, given the fact that they've bowled really well actually in this morning session, that they're just clinging on, Northants, as being contenders in this fixture.
Yep, 5 sessions of cricket left, and as I say, without continuing to talk about the weather, it does point towards being better batting conditions this afternoon.
Yeah, well, 181.1 overs left in the match, so like you say, that's a lot of time.
Sales to Patterson, who defends that one off the back foot into the offside. We need Brian 001 to tweet in a bit more often about lackluster bowling and without threat, and seems to have been the ignition there.
I keep saying it, but you know, that ability as a bowler, particularly an all-rounder, to be the guy the captain can toss the ball and go, get me a wicket here, James. That's going to serve him really well if he keeps it up. He bowled beautifully in the twos so far this summer.
Yeah, and a healthy round of applause, isn't he, from the season ticket holders in the Spencer Lounge.
Yeah, and well deserved. Well bowled, James Sales. He's keeping. I just realised I made a huge blunder and described it as if Luke Fletcher was out. He's still there facing.
He is still there.
But I still think it's the full delivery which will probably do for him. But yeah, it was Brett Hutton that James Sales got out, but nonetheless, that full and straight tactic working well.
Defended this time from Luke Fletcher from Tom Taylor, who'll be looking to wrap this innings up in what I would imagine will be the last over before lunch. Interestingly, the field's been spread to Luke Fletcher. We've got Vasconcelos at first slip. We've got Emilio Gay at what I would describe as a fly slip. James Sales at deep third, deep backward point, deep square leg, deep backward square. And that is played into the offside and gives Luke Fletcher the single. I suspect the fielders will come in now for Dane Patterson. They obviously fancy their chances against Dane Patterson slightly more than what they did against Luke Fletcher before lunch.
Yeah, he's struggling, Luke Fletcher, isn't he? Hobbling over to square leg.
Four balls to go then in this Tom Taylor over, 2 minutes before the lunch break. And that is gone. Tom Taylor picks up the wicket of Dane Patterson in swing. Clean bowled, 255, all out. Nottinghamshire, lead of 97. Tom Taylor picks up his fourth, 18.5 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 59. And that, Sam, is that. Lunch will be taken. And a very good performance this morning from Northamptonshire, with a note of good performance and congratulations to Joe Clark as well.
Yeah, I think realistically Northants couldn't have asked really for a better morning, having been really up against it yesterday. They've taken 6 wickets for around about what was it? Yeah, under 100 runs. So it's not quite 8 for 45 yesterday, but they bowled really well. Once the fielding started to click as well, then they were pretty faultless. So big congratulations to James Sales with his best bowling of his first-class career, his young first-class career to date. But I think, as ever, a big word for Jack White, who didn't necessarily get the rewards, but built a lot of pressure this morning, and Tom Taylor, who bowled very nicely as well. So the lead 97, and well, the simple fact of the matter is Northants will have to bat better in their second innings. If they do that, then they've got a chance of staying in this game.
Absolutely. Notts seem to be a bowler down, which will only help the Northants batters, but we will take some lunch. Send us any comments over the lunch break on Twitter and via email, and we'll see you in about 40 minutes.
Day 3 of the county championship match between Northamptonshire and Nottinghamshire. If you're just joining us after the lunch interval, then we've had an action-packed morning with Northamptonshire bowling out Nottinghamshire for 255, meaning that 6 wickets fell for 98 runs this morning, and it's just kept Northants in this game by their fingertips. A lead of 97 Nottinghamshire have. 4 wickets apiece for Tom Taylor and James Sales. Career best figures for James Sales. And it'll be Ricardo Vasconcelos to open up against Brett Hutton. The main contributor for Nottinghamshire with the bat was Joe Clark, who played very nicely indeed for his 76. I say very nicely, I mean very nicely given the circumstances. It certainly wasn't a free-flowing innings, 179 balls, but he really grafted hard, and a crucial contribution in that total of 255 all out. It's been so far a game where you're never really in as a batter. The overhead conditions have meant that the moment batters have tried to play shots, it's tended to bring about their downfall.
Yeah.
My name's Sam Keir. Next to me is Dan Jazovic, as you heard just there. Dan, your thoughts on what we've seen so far today on day 3?
I was just going to say you're absolutely right, Sam. It's been an incredibly tough game to bat in so far, hasn't it? The sunshine that we were promised this morning from the Met Office has now gone and won't turn up until 6 o'clock apparently.
Wow.
Thanks Met Office for that one. And it is going to be a tough period to bat, isn't it? 97 runs behind Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, well, we did wonder, based on that earlier forecast, with if the sun did arrive 2 or 3 o'clock, would conditions ease? But if it's going to continue to be cloudy through the majority of the day, then I might think there'll be no let-up of difficulties that batters have faced with the moving ball. The pitch itself has played very nicely. It's done a little bit off the seam, but good carry. A little bit of variable bounce just creeping in this morning, but only 1 or 2 balls really. So it'll be interesting to see how things progress. But it's the first job for these two, Emilio Gay and Ricardo Vasconcelos for Northamptonshire, is to see off this new ball.
Yeah, fresh off 5 in the first innings, isn't he, Brett Hutton, and which was his 3rd 5-wicket haul of the season so far. Bowled very well to pick up those wickets and was the key instigator in the collapse that we saw from Northamptonshire, which was, well, quite dramatic, I think would be fair to say.
A rare loose delivery from Brett Hutton, but thanks to the athleticism of Dane Patterson at extra cover, just a single to open Northamptonshire's second innings run scoring.
No Luke Fletcher, Sam, for Nottinghamshire. We saw him bat just before lunch with Hasib Hamid as a runner. We only saw him bowl in the first session on Thursday morning. Led to believe he is struggling with an ankle injury. How big of a blow could that be for Nottinghamshire?
Well, you just said it just takes, perhaps relieves the pressure once the likes of Patterson and Hutton and Lyndon James have been through their spells. They do have Stephen Mullaney, who actually bowled nicely in the 3 overs that he bowled in the first innings, picking up a wicket and barely going for any runs. And again, the conditions stay like this, and actually they kind of suit Stephen Mullaney's little wobblers.
Uncomfortable there for Vasconcelos. I think Dane Patterson's just wrapped him on the elbow.
Funny bone. Nothing funny about it when you're the batter, though.
No. Pretty sore. And it will take just a little bit of time just to make sure he's ready before he faces up again. 10 for 2, the shout from the Notts fielders. Stream powered by Daffabet here at Northamptonshire. And various ways of means that you can get in contact with us on Twitter at NorthamptonCCC or via email stream@nccc.co.uk if you want to drop us an email, ask for some well wishes for your weekend cricket, send us your thoughts on how this game's balanced and poised. Anything along those kind of lines. Be great to have you along.
On a booming drive from Ricardo Vasconcelos, but the ball from Patterson just keeps leaving him and beats the outside edge. Yeah, we were having some correspondence from various people earlier about the first games they'd been to, county or international, and we had one just before lunch, which we didn't get a chance to read out because of the wickets tumbling, from Rob Webb in Wellingborough. Great to hear from you, Rob. I'll read Rob's correspondence in a moment. Rob says, great coverage. I've been a Northants fan most of my life and have moved to Wellingborough 2 years ago, which allowed me to attend more games. Spent 4 days in Taunton last week watching the boys, which was brilliant. That's great to see someone travelling to support the team away. Good on you, Rob. Grew up in Bletchley and remember the touring West Indies playing Northants at Manor Fields in 1984. Don't remember much of the game, but got my programme signed by all the greats. Viv Richards, Clive Lloyd, Gordon Greenidge, Geoffrey Dujon, and a 12-foot Joel Garner. Well, he seemed that tall to an 11-year-old lad. Keep up the good work and see you at Wantage Road soon. Gone. The early breakthrough that Nottinghamshire were looking for. Ricardo Vasconcelos looking to dominate early. A foolish delivery from Dane Patterson, which Vasconcelos drives at, and it's well caught low down in the slips. And we've seen that throughout this game, that if you try and play expansively outside your off stump, then that is full of risk. So Vasconcelos goes for one. He did look a little unsettled after taking that blow on his elbow, didn't he?
Yeah, I was just about to say, Sam, he didn't look comfortable, did he, after the first ball from Dane Patterson that just caught him on the underside of his arm. A bit of feedback to Emilio Gay, which is nice to see his teammates, isn't it? But as you say, he seemed a little bit rattled after the one that he wore, and unfortunately, no lives for Ricardo Vasconcelos in the second innings against Nottinghamshire. Brett Hutton makes no mistake at first slip.
Yeah, not the start Northants would have wanted, having worked so hard this morning with the ball. And Sam Whiteman, the stand-in Northants captain, walks to the crease. And dare say that dismissal of Ricardo Vasconcelos would be a cautionary tale for Sam Whiteman. You really, really have to be disciplined outside that off stump. It's frustrating as a batter, particularly when your natural game is, you know, full of fluid front foot shots. When you're just being restricted like that, but we saw with Joe Clark, you do have to sort of put him away at the moment, certainly with the ball continuing to swing.
Yeah, I think Joe Clark throughout that innings, I mean, certainly played and missed at plenty outside the off stump, didn't he? I would agree with you, it was chanceless.
Yeah, but he was playing still measuredly when he played and missed. Wasn't looking to...
He didn't chase many, I will concede.
Well, it's a dream start for Dane Patterson. 1 for 1 off 1. Northamptonshire 2 for 1, trailing by 95 with 9 wickets left. This really is a circumstance where before you can start thinking about scoring too many runs, you've got to really get yourself in. Interesting though, last night speaking to Ben Smith, the batting coach, he did say that perhaps something that Northants could have done differently in their first innings was be a bit more positive. And I think what he meant by that was not necessarily playing big shots, but picking up runs in the way that Ricardo Vasconcelos and Saif Zaid did in the first innings, which was just dropping into the gaps, running, building a partnership, because you know partnerships of 50 in this game are like gold dust, aren't they?
Yeah, it stood out. It stood out to me, sat up in our commentary box, particularly on the first morning. And I will say it was clearly very tough to bat, and Ricardo found it particularly challenging against Brett Hutton, who has started as well as anybody this season. But as you said, there really wasn't an ability on that day to be able to rotate the strike. It felt as though either batters were almost stranded at either end. Which,
pinned down.
Yeah, as we well know, doesn't do a great deal for the scoreboard. And when you get bowled out for 158, 255 in a relatively low scoring affair, those extra runs here and there could be huge.
Brett Hutton just tailing it into the left-handed Sam Whiteman. It's not extravagant movement, but in a way that's harder, because if the ball is hooping, then it tends to do it out of the hand, and you can you can play inside the line or cover your off stump. But when it's just doing a little bit late on, that's when batters get in trouble.
I think as well so far this season, Sam, with these new Dukes balls, and feel free to tell me that I'm talking utter rubbish, but it does feel that the brand new one does take a little while for it to warm up and start providing the more extravagant movement.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Good to see Sam Whiteman getting forward there. He talked about it in the interview before the Somerset game about having to adapt his natural game, which has been developed on the fast, pacey pitches at the Wacker in Western Australia, where he's captain of the state side. Now he's had to make a conscious effort to get forward to negate the lateral movement and the lower bounce of county wickets. A maiden over for Brett Hutton, who is, as Northamptonshire fans need no reminding of, having seen him here for a few seasons. He's on the money, and this will be Emilio Gay's first ball of the innings. He played some absolutely glorious shots down the ground off Luke Fletcher in the first innings, but Fletcher eventually won that battle. He was caught behind for 15. Again, looking to drive expansively. I wonder whether he'll have to perhaps put a little bit of his natural attacking instinct away. Another way of looking at it is, if you are the one batsman that is able to get on top of the bowlers, and you make 70 or 80 here, that could be match winning, but it is fraught with danger.
That's all.
That's hit Emilio Gay in an unpleasant part of the anatomy. he's okay. Just gives his thigh guard an adjustment, as if to say thank you for doing part of your job.
Yep, Calvin Harrison, the sub fielder, on for Notts, currently stood at third slip.
I like the one he did with Rihanna.
Oh,
I'm sure he's heard that.
he's here all week.
And talking of Calvin Harrison, he has taken the catch, and Emilio Gay, as we said, driving on this, well, in these conditions is fraught with danger, and he has succumbed to Dane Patterson, who has his second wicket in his second over, and Northamptonshire are in all sorts of trouble at 2 for 2.
What more can you say, Sam, other than a brilliant start for Nottinghamshire? Let's pay credit where credit's due. Dane Patterson has put the ball in an area, and Emilio Gay and Ricardo Vasconcelos so far have obliged and played at them.
You know, I think that looked like a deliberate ploy there to attempt to full. They know that Emilio Gay likes to play through the covers and down the ground, which he does beautifully when it comes off. But those 3 slips are just waiting for the edge, and Calvin Harrison is the man that takes the catch, doing his job as the sub fielder. He's on obviously for Luke Fletcher. Well, Save joins his captain. He batted very nicely, very busily for 35 in the first innings. He was another player that fell victim to, once he'd got in, trying to force the pace and edging behind into the slips. So all that hard work with the ball this morning in danger of being for nothing if Northamptonshire's batters can't show a little bit more resistance.
4 slips now, Sam.
Yeah.
Montgomery goes in there to strengthen the slip cordon.
Looking back at that first innings like Zabe's 35, actually shouldn't be underestimated. The graft and the willingness to put away your shots and run hard. At the time you think, well, 35, but can be commended for that effort. But we've seen it all through this game. Joe Clark as well, the moment he tried to just open his arms having got to 50, he got a thick edge down to Jordan Buckingham at third and was on his way.
Change of ends as well for Dane Patterson, isn't it? I think Luke Fletcher took the new ball from the David Capel end in the first innings, and Dane Patterson came on first change from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and change of end has done Dane Patterson no harm whatsoever. 2 wickets for the South African overseas. Interestingly, from what we've seen so far this season, you'd say the shorter, skiddier bowler in Dane Patterson would be better suited from the David Capel end anyway.
Zabe slightly turned inside out, but outside half of the bat brings him 2 runs and gets him off the mark. He was half interested in a third, but I think Sam Whiteman wisely turned his back on that idea pretty quickly. So just those 2 runs off the over, and crucially that wicket of Emilio Gay. And one thing you can be sure of is through thick and thin, Wendell will be here with his flag. Didn't have it before lunch, but he's got it out of storage here at Montage Road.
Super fan, one of which we met on our way round to have lunch, didn't we, Sam? Joss in the Northants pathway, unfortunately not playing this weekend because of the weather, but was rocking a rather large Gareth Berg shirt.
Oh, and Brett Hutton zipping it past Sam Whiteman's outside edge. Yeah, that was lovely to meet Joss and his dad, Mike. Joss plays, was it the under-11s, Northants? Yeah, like a lot of cricket at all levels so far this summer. There's not been enough of it because of the heavy rain we've had. But great to see when he's not playing that he's down here supporting his county. It's actually, it's not a huge number of people out in the stands because it is pretty chilly, but at lunchtime you realise there's a lot of people here watching from the warmth of the Spencer Lounge and in the Steelbacks Cafe here at the Lynn Wilson Centre end. And great to see lots of Nottinghamshire travelling support as well. Obviously not a particularly long journey to come and support their team, but wonderful to see the game well supported. And of course, wonderful to have all those tuning in on the live stream powered by Dafabet. Your company is much appreciated, and it is, as we keep saying, a real privilege to be able to join you. Keep those emails and tweets coming in. Stream at nccc.co.uk or on Twitter at NorthantsCCC. Dare say we might have some very happy Nottinghamshire fans, but you're all very welcome to get in touch. Nice shot from Sam Whiteman. Trademark Whiteman, as he just cuts that with no fuss in a straight line from his crease to the boundary, and the flag of Wendell is waved in celebration.
Yeah, pounced on the short ball, didn't he, from Brett Hutton, and put it away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, that's not where you bowl at Sam Whiteman. Ooh, that's well left in the end because just threatening that off stump, but Sam Whiteman had it covered. Yeah, we'll need to see a bit similar innings as to the one down at Taunton, won't we, from Sam Whiteman. 130 not out there to save the game for Northamptonshire. Need to see similar levels of resolve.
Yeah, a player of high class and high quality, Sam. And someone who's done well for Northamptonshire so far this summer. And they'll be looking to their stand-in captain to lead from the front and drive Northamptonshire into some sort of stability in this game. 89 runs behind Notts' first innings score.
4 slips, as Dan mentioned, for Dane Patterson. Waiting eagerly. Lots of chat from the Nottinghamshire fielders on the FX mic, as you'd expect. Got their tails up. It's interesting what Ben Smith was saying, because you can't get bogged down, otherwise, you know, you're onto hiding to nothing. But equally, it's just so difficult to get on top of a bowler, and that's where I think being able to pick the gaps, especially with these attacking fields, almost got to be thinking about where are my 1s and 2s rather than my 4s.
Yeah, with the without sounding too old, but with the time spent playing white ball cricket, the skill set of modern cricketers are very different, aren't they, from what they were 20, 30 years ago. And unfortunately, if you don't look to score, the game doesn't go anywhere. It's a nice shot from safe, isn't it? A positive shot down the ground.
That's an interesting point, and you almost would say, because in 50 over cricket, the ability to rotate the strike and pick up 1s and 2s when the boundaries, you know, outside of the power plays are a crucial skill. and one you saw a lot of. You know, people used to talk about those middle overs where people would rotate the strike. And actually, with the advent of T20, have we kind of lost the ability to do that a little bit, where it's all become all about 4s and 6s? You know, that ability to go, well, rather than thinking always boundary, thinking gaps, run hard. But I thought Safe did it really nicely in the first innings.
Yeah, I think there's good argument for the point that you just made, Sam. I think it would just be really important at the moment just to make sure you play nice and straight whilst the ball is doing what it's doing. The sunshine that we were promised hasn't turned up.
That's fine from Safe, just playing the line of the ball, not following it. So 4 slips, backward point, and then a big gap between backward point and extra cover, inviting the drive if Safe is tempted. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg that completes another maiden over in this second Northamptonshire innings. Dane Patterson's first. He has 2 for 3.
Yep, first result in, Sam, of this round of the county championship. Glamorgan have beaten Worcestershire by 10 wickets down at Cardiff.
They were on the back foot from pretty early in that game, Worcestershire, weren't they?
Dane Patterson and Captain Steve Mullaney just having a conversation between deliveries of this Brett Hutton over, potentially coming up with a new plan. Lovely shot by Sam Whiteman.
Won't go all the way. It's a slow outfield still. As you'd imagine, it got a little bit quick yesterday with all the wind drying things out, but yeah, still slow.
He needs to get Wendell on the outfield with his flag. Just lift some of the water out of the surface, blow it away. Could be a good new addition to the ground staff. I think is this the first ball that Safe would have faced against Brett Hutton today? It's coming back nicely, isn't it? From the hand of Brett Hutton, and then swinging furthermore as the ball's past the stumps.
Yeah, he's it's pretty relentless, Brett Hutton. Pulled 1 loose delivery to Sam Whiteman, but other than that, his radar has been locked in. And that's not far away from off stump.
No, it's a good leave. It's a good leave. Brett Hutton currently occupying the bronze medal position in the top wicket takers for Division 1. Sam, 23 wickets so far this year in 7 innings, averaging 15.5 with the ball. Company with Mohammed Abbas and Chris Rushworth, who's taken an early lead with 28 wickets.
Yeah, it's good company to be in. I think Chris Rushworth's up to 30 now, isn't he?
Quite possibly.
Yeah. Oh, and again, great stuff from Brett Hutton. This is a real examination of Saif's ability to cover his off stump without having his edge tickled. Another good over from Brett Hutton. 3 from it. Otherwise, probing away.
Yep. Cracking start for Northamptonshire. For Nottinghamshire. 11 for 2, the score off 7 overs. Both wickets to Dane Patterson, who's bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 wickets for 3 runs, and he will bowl to Sam Whiteman from the David Capel end. Conversation between Patterson and Mullaney during the last over. And swing away from the left-hander. 3 slips to Sam Whiteman. Looks like Lyndon James is going through a few looseners. Which instigated the collapse. And snicked. Dane Patterson picks up his 3rd. Sam Whiteman, the next man to go. Caught behind by Joe Clark. Had to play it, I think. Good line, good shape from Dane Patterson, and Northamptonshire find themselves 3 down. Sam Whiteman goes for 8 off 17 balls.
Yeah, I think you're right. Just good delivery from Dane Patterson. Not a huge amount Sam Whiteman could have done about that. Class act, the South African.
Very, very good cricketer, Sam. Showing exactly why he's got 500 first-class wickets.
Yeah, and Sam Whiteman knows he can't, even though the right-handed Patterson is pushing it across the left-handed Whiteman, he knows he can't leave it because of what happened to him in the first innings, where it was almost an identical point on the pitch where the ball pitched, but it came back in the first innings. And so with that in his mind, Whiteman knows he's got to play at it to avoid that. But then, of course, that exposes you to the outside edge, which is exactly what happened.
Yeah. Drawn into the shot, wasn't he? As you said, had to play it. And the skill of Dane Patterson to be able to move the ball both ways was enough for Sam Whiteman. Rob Keogh is the new batter at the crease for Northamptonshire at number 5. The first right-hander of the team in this game. 4 slips for Dane Patterson. And defended first up. Rob Keogh using his feet there against Dane Patterson. Rob Keogh unfortunately picking up a 2-ball duck in the first innings. Has scored 240 or so runs this year at 34s, including that 100 down at Canterbury in round 1. Down the ground again, snicked and gone. 4 down now, Northamptonshire. Rob Keogh bags a pair. And Dane Patterson has 4. 11 for 4 the score.
Yeah, you can hear how delighted the Nottinghamshire fielders are. And Safe Zabe at the non-striker's end. He's down on his haunches. looking at the ground in disbelief at what is happening around him. 11 for 4, all of them to Dane Patterson.
Very ominous signs here for Northamptonshire. Rob Keogh electing to use his feet again. The slip cordon. Calvin Harrison not missing the opportunity. James Sales, the new man, bowled brilliantly this morning. Picked up 4 for, tidied up the Nottinghamshire innings and bowled them out for 255. 1 in the first innings here at Wantage Road. 50 last week down at Taunton. But at this point, Sam, we need this Northamptonshire middle order to provide some stick for the club.
Intelligent bowling for Patterson, because he, from the moment he came to the crease, Rob Keogh was using his feet to try and negate that movement, and actually I think Patterson just brought his length back half a yard, and
an absolute seed first up for James Sales to negotiate. Nottinghamshire up and about. You can hear plenty of them through the effects mic. 11 for 4. The score. Which unfortunately is quite satisfying to say out loud. Rhymes nicely, Sam.
Yeah, won't be a satisfying sound for the Northamptonshire batters.
And down the leg side. A humorous appeal, I think, from one of the Notts bowlers. A very successful over for Dane Patterson now. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 4 wickets for 3 runs. And the smile on the face of the South African, I think, proves exactly how happy he is with his work so far this afternoon here at Wantage Road. Brett Hutton will carry on from the Lynn Wilson Centre ends.
Yeah, still 86 runs behind. Just 6 wickets remaining for Northamptonshire.
Left alone by Saif Saib. Opportunity, Sam, for the youngsters in the Northamptonshire middle order to stand up and score some runs here.
100%, that's exactly how they've got to view it, is put the match situation out of your minds, and you've got as long as you like to bat if you can hang around.
Full and driven by Saif Saib, back to Brett Hutton. Still, as we've spoken about, going to be very important to make sure the other half of that scoreboard ticks along. 3 slips for Brett Hutton to bowl to. Down the ground from Saif Saib, but the shake back in to the left-hander.
The sound of sirens on the effects mic rather appropriate for the emergency situation that Northamptonshire find themselves in. And they need a hero.
They certainly do. Just a testing line from Brett Hutton, offering Saif Saib absolutely nothing to work with at the moment. And the pressure being built by the 2 Notts opening bowlers is quite remarkable at the moment. just the 11 runs scored off the 8.5 overs that we've had in this second innings. And safe side works that one into the offside and picks up a single.
Yeah, that's good from Zabe, that just dropping and running. That's how you rotate the strike, but Nottinghamshire not making it easy.
Four slips now for Brett Hutton, who will have his first ball to James Sales in the second innings. Hasib Hamid at backward point. Captain Steve Mullaney at mid-off. Dane Patterson, the wicket taker, at mid-on. Defended successfully. Patterson White at mid-wicket. And that is the end of another Brett Hutton over. 12 for 4 the score after 9. Unsurprising, but Dane Patterson will continue from the David Capel end. Brilliant again by Patterson. Perfectly on that fourth stump line, isn't he, to the left-handers. Moving away from the body. Almost the perfect line and the perfect length from the South African so far this afternoon. That's driven this time by Safe Saib through the offside. Patterson White will do the fielding, and Zaib picks up a couple. Sam's quietly working away in the corner there. He's going to blow your mind with some kind of statistic, in the not too distant future. Zaib successfully negotiates that delivery from Dane Patterson. What are you looking for, Sam?
Oh, I think that is only the second pair of Rob Keogh's first-class career. Got one in 2014 against Warwickshire.
Full. Pushed into the offside. Dream start for Nottinghamshire, isn't it? One bowler down. 4 Northamptonshire wickets ticked off already. Just the one other out-and-out seamer in the team with Lyndon James. Steve Mullaney has bowled less and less. It's well fielded at mid-wicket.
Three-day finish. Steve Mullaney shouts to his team.
Gets the edge this time. Patterson, but the ball goes down and is fielded by Hasib Hamid. The end of another over. 10 done now. 14 for 4 the score.
With 63 overs of the day's play remaining, certainly plenty of time for this to end today. with that deficit still 83. From a Northamptonshire supporters' point of view, wouldn't it be good to see some resistance, as Dan said, from this young pair and the rest of the order? Soak up this pressure.
Defended successfully again by James Sales. He scored 1 off 19 in the first innings, in an attempt to stem the flow with Vasconcelos. 4 slips for Nottinghamshire. Very attacking field, as you would expect. James Sales is off the mark. That one flicked off his legs for 4. First runs for James Sales. And nicely put away, and I would say one of the rare gifts that we've seen from Brett Hutton so far in this match. Challenging those stumps, isn't he? Every single delivery targeted in to the right-handers' stumps. Looking for that seam movement away. Looks like Steve Mullaney might be having a couple of looseners as well, so we might not be a million miles away from a change. Both of Lyndon James and Steve Mullaney bowled very well in the first innings, however. Defended again by James Sales.
Yeah, I think he'd struggle to get the ball out of Dane Patterson's hands at the moment, with 4 for 5.
Yeah, one more skip. Full again from Brett Hutton on that 4th stump line. Invites the drive from James Sales. The ball safely through to the gloves of Joe Clark.
He's like a puppet master, Brett Hutton, with one hand controlling the ball through the air and off the seam, and the other hand dragging the batter forward, and the ball just whizzing past the outside edge. He's got great control.
Certainly has. Done just enough with it, hasn't he, this afternoon to build the pressure. All of the reward so far gone to his bowling partner, Dane Patterson, but we all know how important it is for cricketers to bowl in pairs. And that is quite wide from Dane Patterson and well taken by Joe Clark.
After the Hampshire game here a couple of weeks ago, where Northamptonshire's batters collapsed in both innings.
And flicked off. Safe Zaib's pads, and he will pick up 4. Leg byes, in fact. I thought that came off the bat, but what do I know, Sam? 4 leg byes nonetheless.
After that game, you thought the rearguard action at Somerset was perhaps, was going to banish that collapse from the memory, but unfortunately it's happening again here at Wantage Road. Needs a partnership of, you talk about bowlers bowling in partnership, these two need to bat together about just keeping in each other's ears about how they're going to approach things, communicate well with the running, just stem the bleeding, from that devastating opening salvo from Dane Patterson.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Everything they can possibly do to see off Patterson and Hutton, and then look to see what Lyndon James and Steve Mullaney have got to offer. Dane Patterson having a change of angle now, looking to bring the ball back into the left-hander. Still bowling very full. And inviting Saif Zaib to play into the leg side. Obviously feels the change of angle is necessary to Saif. Driven again by Saif Zaib, who will be doing absolutely everything not to get frustrated by this situation. Played a couple of nice shots there, hasn't he, that have gone to fielders. You thought on day two, Sam, that a couple of the shots that didn't go for 4 might have contributed to the shot that Saif played on 35.
That's the ball before he was dismissed, which he played nicely off his hip, and in ordinary circumstances would have run away for 4. It just crawled across the outfield, and the only reason I said it was because I saw Saif remonstrating with himself, frustration at not getting any value for the shot, and then I just wondered whether the next ball, which was wide outside the off stump, which he got a healthy edge through to the slips, I wondered whether he'd sort of slightly lost his concentration. But it is a pitch where you're going to have to put previous deliveries out of your mind. You're going to get beaten, and you're not getting great value for your runs.
Challenging lines from Brett Hutton once more. To be critical with Brett Hutton moving the ball away from the right-hander on the line, I think you could come up with an argument that could leave the ball outside the off stump.
Yeah, he bowled beautifully to the left-hander so far, hasn't he, with that? That delivery that just comes back off the pitch and threatens off stump.
Yeah.
I guess what he's trying to avoid with the ball swinging away to the right-hander is it going too straight and then being
worked into the onside.
Yeah, exactly.
I think the positive is, from what we saw from Northamptonshire, this Duke's ball will continue to move long into the innings, or however long this innings may last. So there'll be plenty of opportunity throughout the day for the seamers. And left alone this time by James Sales. I wonder, kind of hear so much, don't we, about left-hand, right-hand combinations and the benefits that they can offer, and how it becomes a little bit more challenging for the bowlers to set up against a pair of batters that are able to rotate the strike. 4 left-handers in the top 4 for Northamptonshire. I wonder whether that might be something to consider going forward. And this time, Brett Hutton shows you the one that does come back in, just to keep James Sales honest, and just to remind him that maybe it is best that you keep playing at that ball outside the off stump.
Yeah, when you're a bowler that can move it both ways, entirely different proposition. I think that's a really good point you make about bowlers' rhythms to left-handers or the same handers. It does disrupt the rhythm if you've got to adjust your angles. Another maiden, 22 for 4 after 13. The deficit 75.
That said, obviously the two batters that aren't playing today that have played so far this season, Hassan Azad would be a left-hander and Luke Proctor would also be a left-hander. So the change in personnel hasn't changed that tactic anyway. I wonder whether Rob Keogh one up could be an option just to break the left-handers up slightly, but Dane Patterson continues as he targets Saif Zaib's stumps and pads.
Drew on Twitter has been in touch. Thank you, Drew. He's frustrated with performance with the bat so far this season. Points out that there's only been one batting point for Northants, which is a glaring mark on the Division 1 table. He says, what do both the head coach and batting coach have to say? Well,
and flicked off his pad, Saif Zaib into the leg side, who won't pick up 4. It's very well fielded. The fielder who looks to have done himself a bit of a mischief down there, but as he gets up quite slowly, he's safe 4 nonetheless. So the pain isn't in vain.
Going back to Drew's tweet, well, Ben Smith did speak to the media and to us after play yesterday, so you can see his thoughts on the batting performance, certainly in the first innings, on the report from yesterday, as well as on the Twitter feed. His main point was, in that first innings, the need to be positive when the wickets are falling, not so much in, playing shots, but looking to rotate the strike and emulate how Vasconcelos and Zaib went about things during their partnership, which preceded, I should say, the collapse.
Full again, targeting the stumps from Dane Patterson. I think it's worth noting in this game, with regards to the first innings, 86 for 2 at lunch on day 1, having lost the toss and been put in to bat by Nottinghamshire, to have what I think could only be described as a freak period of monsoon weather that for some reason hung around over Wantage Road for about an hour and a half. And at a point where you would say Northamptonshire were in ascendancy, the weather had other ideas, Sam, and took that opportunity away and wrote off the rest of day 1, didn't it?
It did, and then they came back yesterday, and Vasconcelos and Zaib played nicely to begin with, but once Saif Zaib went, it was set off a bit of a chain reaction
7 overs apiece there for the opening bowlers of Brett Hutton and Dane Patterson. Subfielder has just brought the helmet out for Joe Clark, which I would imagine will indicate a bowling change from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and I would suspect that will be captain Stephen Mullaney, who will replace Brett Hutton. He got quite extravagant and outrageous swing in that first Northamptonshire innings, didn't he, Sam? And picked up a key wicket.
Nottinghamshire captain Stephen Mullaney.
Picked up that wicket of James Sales in the first innings, didn't he? Who was providing some resistance to stop the rot, so to speak. And big outswing again. Picks up the shoulder of the bat from Saif Zayed, but lands safely. I think the bounce surprised Zayed there, didn't it?
Yeah, well, these conditions are tailor-made for Stephen Mullaney and his ability to swing the ball both ways.
Just moving the ball away from the left-handed Saif Zayed, who drops that one into the offside and picks up a single. Just the 2 slips for Stephen Mullaney, both of which were quite wide. And a second and third slip for Saif Zayed. It looks like we will have 3 slips for James Sales. A repeat of the battle that we saw in the first innings. Defended back down the ground from James Sales. As I say, scored 57 last week, didn't he, against Somerset?
He did indeed. Yeah, and then bowled aggressively and took those 4 wickets today, so some big positives for the young James Sales.
Inside edge this time. Picks up another single. Steve Mullaney has his hands on his head.
Yeah, his hands go up after pretty much every delivery,
Yep.
don't they? Like, oh, nearly got you.
Don't know whether he might have mentioned to James Sales how good of a delivery that might have been on his way past as well.
Yeah, certainly a bit of a golfing experience here. The canny operator, Stephen Mullaney, against the fresh-faced James Sales.
Full again and defended by Saif Zayed. Plenty of movement through the air for Steve Mullaney. A lot of it from the hand, which makes the swing slightly easier, but is also nipping the ball off the surface as well, which creates a bigger challenge. Full again, and Saif Zayed pushes that one down to mid-on and survives the over. 15 overs gone, 27 for 4 is the score.
Yeah, an hour of this afternoon session done and dusted. Northamptonshire trailing by 70 runs. Dane Patterson will bowl the 8th over of his new ball spell, searching for a 5-wicket haul. He's on for all 10 at the moment.
Christ, imagine that. Actually, I don't want to imagine it, Sam.
Yeah, 1 5-wicket haul already this season for Dane Patterson. That came in the heavy defeat of Somerset in Nottinghamshire's 2nd game of the season. He's up to 19 wickets so far this season. 6 in this match, 13 in the 3 games he's played prior. Nottinghamshire have rotated their seamers. No one other than the all-rounder Lyndon James and Steve Mullaney have played all the games so far. In fact, Dane Patterson had a week off last week when Nottinghamshire escaped with a draw, 9 wickets down against Lancashire. And that week off has clearly reinvigorated the South African.
Compliment to the stocks of seam bowlers that South Africa would have had in this era, isn't it, for Dane Patterson to have only had 2 test matches.
As he zips one past James Sell's outside edge. Yeah, it's interesting because I mean, he's just the perfect bowler for English conditions, isn't he?
But he would have been competing with Steyn, Philander, Morkel in the first instance, Rabada, Ngidi, Nokia in the second batch of South African quicks. I suppose he would have been a like-for-like competitor with Vernon Philander, wouldn't he? When you look at him.
Yeah, he's not. I don't think he gets quite as much bounce, but he certainly can do a bit off the seam and through the air. But great signing for Nottinghamshire. He was their leading wicket taker last year. 56 wickets in Division 2 as they secured promotion back to the top table of first-class cricket here in England and Wales. Tailing that one into James Sells, who is resisting solidly against this onslaught. That's another maiden. 4 maidens from Dane Patterson's 8 overs so far, 4 for 8. And you've seen all of those here on the Northamptonshire County Cricket Club live stream powered by Daffabet. Stephen Mullaney into his 2nd over. Getting plenty of movement through the air. The visiting captain as demonstrated with that first ball of the over. Oh, and that one spat off a length from Mullaney and it just took the shoulder of the bat of Save. He'll get 4 runs, he'll take them.
Absolute jaffer of a delivery that was, Sam.
Yeah, it really, I think, again, out of one of those footholds.
It's the first time this year at Wantage Road that they've been quite noticeable, isn't it, the footholds? The games against Hampshire and Middlesex on the 2 pitches to the left-hand side as you look at the square from the Lynn Wilson Centre, and I would say didn't look as used during those 2 fixtures.
Just so much moisture in the ground. The moment the bowler's feet start landing on the pitch, then it's just drawing all that undersoil moisture to the surface. But yeah, if you're a left-hander like Saif Zaib is, then Stephen Mullaney's got a nice little foothold to aim for outside his off stump, and certainly did a bit earlier this over. That one's leg sidey, It'll just be one run for James Sells. It's substitute fielder who does the cleaning up down out at deep square leg to the right-hander. It's up in the air. First real shot of aggression from Save Saib. Puts it into the vacant area at deep mid-wicket and picks up 2 runs. Gave it everything.
Picked the longest boundary as well there, didn't he? Was onto that like a flash. Bit shorter, wasn't it, that one by Stephen Mullaney?
So the subfielder that is on currently for good running from Save and James Sells. Yeah, it's Tom Loughton is the subfielder on for the injured Luke Fletcher. Signed from Yorkshire. Where he grew up. We're going to get our first change of the innings at the David Capel end after 8 fantastic overs from Dane Patterson that have brought him 4 wickets. For just 8 runs, we're going to see Lyndon James, the all-rounder, who was unable to bowl for much of last season with a back injury, I believe, but he's back and able to bowl and adding or offering something else as well as his batting. And he immediately beats the outside edge from a ball that is there or thereabouts. Made a useful 26 with the bat in the first innings in a 50 partnership with Joe Clark, Nottinghamshire's top scorer, and with the ball he took 1 for 22 at a very miserly economy rate in the first innings. Northamptonshire's first innings. Well, Zabe and Sales, without giving them the kiss of death, have done the first aid to this Northamptonshire's innings, i.e. to stop the procession for now, but a lot of work to do with a 59-run deficit and 6 second innings wickets in hand. Don't forget, you can get in touch. I know the well, for Northamptonshire fans, perhaps might not want to be putting your head above the parapet, but we'd love to hear from fans of all colours, and you can do that on email, stream@nccc.co.uk, stream@nccc3cs.co.uk, or on Twitter @NorthantsCCC. Just dropped into the onside. Frustration for Zabe. I think he fancied getting a bit less on that and running the ball down to the fine leg boundary, but he's off strike, so he can let himself cool down about the frustration and not get suckered into anything rash. James operating to 3 slips, as you can see on your screens, as well as a backward point, mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on. A point, sorry, I'll start that again. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg. End of Lyndon James's first over, 39 for 4.
Still 55 overs left in the day's play, Sam, as it's just ticked past 3 o'clock. Does look like it's getting a touch brighter again out there now, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Still uniform cloud cover, but it's getting higher and higher. And the colour of it is getting lighter and lighter. But a point you made, Dan, that, you know, with no Luke Fletcher, again, just spitting a little bit out of those footholds for Stephen Mullaney. Without Luke Fletcher, if you can see off Patterson and Hutton, then maybe life gets a little easier. We'll see if that does transpire.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Lyndon James bowled brilliantly in that spell from the David Capel end yesterday, didn't he? I felt the pressure that he was able to build on Vasconcelos and Saif Saib.
Yeah, he did very well.
Yeah, I feel was the instigator for that Northants collapse that we witnessed. The other thing I think that's been quite noticeable today from Nottinghamshire is the change of lengths with the new ball. It was very, very full in the first innings on Thursday, and then Friday morning as well. And I would say that Patterson and Hutton both bowled slightly shorter today in the first innings than what they did a couple of days before.
James Sales just getting in behind the ball. A good technique, as you'd expect from a man with his lineage.
Yeah, 57 off 113 last week at Taunton for James Sales. Strike rate today is 18, 6 off 33.
Well, at the moment he's doing exactly what he needs to be doing. Yeah, and like you said, he should see this as a huge opportunity. Can bat, you know, for as long as he likes, with no pressure in terms of the scoring rate. And if he does that, his teammates and his coaches will be very pleased indeed.
Yeah, for both of these young guys, isn't it? Saif obviously found himself out of the team for the first couple of rounds.
Yeah, I think it's a glorious shot down the ground from Saif Saib. Beautiful straight drive. Just used his feet. Took a step or two down and bang. It was beautiful.
Yeah. Lovely ripple of applause around the ground.
Yeah, I was going to say before that shot, actually, I think in both innings, obviously it was Vasconcelos at top score, but he had a few lives.
Yep.
I think Saif actually contender for looking the most accomplished of Northampton's batters in both innings, as he squirts one down into the ground in front of the subfielder Calvin Harrison, who has taken 2 catches in the slips. But I feel like he's looked like the person who probably had the most sort of effective way of combating the moving ball, and but it'll be about converting that into a score. Thick outside edge, runs down to third where Hasib Hamid, who is no slouch across the outfield, slides and does the fielding. 2 runs added to Save's total.
And I think for someone like Saif, it's going to be so important to continue to be busy. I think he would quite enjoy if he and James Sales were able to rotate the strike slightly more than what they have done so far. And it is going to be important, Sam, to make sure that runs are scored when they are on offer. So much time left in the game that personally I think batting time becomes a touch irrelevant at this stage if you're not looking to score. Still 51 behind, so plenty of work left to do for Northamptonshire to get on an even keel.
And having sung his praises, Saif Zaib has just chipped one up to mid-off, and he has gone for 26. We did him there, Dan.
We did. So I do still think that looking to score, particularly for someone that's as fluent as Saif, you got to play your natural game in these situations. Otherwise, it feels like you're waiting for the inevitable, Sam, rather than actually trying to take the game and counter-attack and be positive in the face of the opposition. But that is 5 down now for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, well, using his feet, looking to drive down the ground through the extra cover. Saif can only pick out the man at mid-off, and you could see him wishing the ball to descend before it reached the man, but in the end, comfortable enough catch. And after a mini recovery of sorts compared to the opening collapse of 4 wickets, and Northamptonshire are now back in big trouble. 46 for 5 with Harry Golston, who has yet to make a score of any note in his 2 games so far this championship season. He's in for Lewis McManus, who broke his finger against Hampshire. David Willey was telling us that he's hopeful of being back in time for the blast. We shall see. But yeah, Lyndon James, a bit like James Sells for Northamptonshire, sort of showing his worth as the partnership breaker.
Yeah, a very good young cricketer.
And he's got Zabe twice in the match. So victory for Lyndon James in that particular one-on-one battle.
Yeah, and as you said, I don't think what you said was wrong in the slightest, Sam. I think Saif Zaib, of all the Northamptonshire batters in this game so far, looked the most at home in these pretty difficult conditions. Unfortunately, it's been 2 loose shots from the Northants number 4 that has seen his demise in this game. Two youngsters at the crease now, isn't there, though? James Sales, currently 6 not out of 34 balls, joined by Harry Goldston as well. Inexperienced, but that opportunity to stand up is still there.
this Northamptonshire's batting in this match sort of looking alarmingly similar to what happened against Hampshire, a low first innings total and an even lower second innings total, but still 5 wickets in hand for Northants to play with. All out for 149 in the first innings against Hampshire, and then skittled for 63 in the second, 158 in the first innings here, and now 46 for 5 in the second. James Sells continues just to resolutely get behind the ball, show Stephen Mullaney full face of the bat. And Mullaney making him play nearly every delivery.
Yep, wicket-to-wicket bowler, isn't he? The Nottinghamshire captain, incredibly experienced now.
Fuller from Mullaney, and Sells just bunts it back down the ground to Dane Patterson at mid-on.
How many overs did Brett Hutton bowl at the start here? Was it 6? No, 7. Just wondering at what point we might see Hutton or Patterson back. Particularly from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Steve Mullaney only bowled 3, didn't he, in the first innings, 4 now in the second.
Yeah, he'll have a bit more bowling to do with Luke Fletcher being injured.
Yeah, but Northants now 5 down. Opportunity, if they're ready to go, to bring the strike bowlers back maybe a touch earlier than what they might have thought.
Yeah.
Don't think it would be right to switch up Lyndon James. I think he's bowled very well. But potentially Steve Mullaney from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Gets away with it, does Harry Goldston. It was a full shot. A ball that he was a little early on. He gets away with it and is off the mark with a single. James Sells 6 off 40 deliveries, and Dan makes an interesting point about as important as it is to stop the wickets falling, if you're going nowhere, then that brings its own challenges. But my personal opinion is, at this stage, James Sells has got every right to just occupy the crease, just show a little bit of resolve. If that means he then can up the scoring. I suppose Dan's argument is that no batter's ever really looked in these conditions, and the moment you do try and up the scoring, as we've seen time after time in this game, you tend to lose your wicket.
Yeah, I think there's validity in both camps, Sam. I think there's an opportunity, as you say, to spend some time at the crease and attempt to tire out the Notts bowlers, potentially bring Hutton and Patterson back slightly earlier than what maybe Steve Mullaney would like to, and cash in on a few looser deliveries. And it clearly is very, very difficult out there to bat, but we are still 50 runs behind.
Well, the fact we are almost 22 overs into this innings and still 3 slips and a ring field shows you how dominant Nottinghamshire have been so far. James Sells getting himself down the other end with 1 ball left of this Lyndon James over.
Yeah, Notts have been all over Northants, haven't they? The opening spell today by Dane Patterson was phenomenally good. The delivery that he picked up, Sam Whiteman. I mean, Sam Whiteman in this game has had two of quite possibly two of the best balls that he'll face all year in the county championship from Dane Patterson. One in the first innings that was left alone and came back into the left-hander. And the one in the second innings that was on the perfect line and length, and I think Sam Whiteman had to play at it. Just picked up the edge through to Joe Clark. But 48 for 5, the score off 22 overs. Steve Mullaney will continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It'll be his 5th over of the afternoon. Targeting those stumps, bowling very, very straight. Straight again from Steve Mullaney. Down to Brett Hutton. Not sure, but I wonder, I think we might see a change of tactics or change of bowling from Notts before long. James Sales 6 off 47 at the moment, providing some resistance against this relentless Nottinghamshire bowling attack. Change of field. Sub Calvin Harrison comes out of third slip and goes into almost, well, exactly a silly mid-on. And that is gone. That's James Sales caught behind off the bowling of Steve Mullaney. Goes for 6 off 48. A real feather through to the wicketkeeper and a good take from Joe Clark. 6 down now, Northamptonshire trailing by 49. The score is 48 for 6, and the Nottinghamshire captain picks up his first wicket of the afternoon. A real feather through. And Joe Clark does the rest. Six down. Some very, very troubling times for Northamptonshire. Tom Taylor, the new batter at number 8. Similarly to James Sales, bowled brilliantly this morning. Picked up 4 wickets, the 529th player to represent Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, and a career best of 80. And we could do with every single one of that career best and some. But yeah, 6 down the score. Trail Nottinghamshire by 49 runs and 50 overs remain in the day's play. Stream powered by Daffabet. Ways and means of getting in contact with us if you would like to on Twitter at NorthamptonCCC, via email stream@nccc.co.uk, and of course if you're watching and struggling with the picture quality at the moment, YouTube do a brilliant job at not providing you with the full bells and whistles version. So there's a little gear icon in the bottom right-hand corner. Have a click on that. Picture quality, video quality, image quality. I don't exactly know which of the words it is, but take the option that goes for 1080p. And we've got a change of field. We've got a short leg in, Steve Mullaney's Tom Taylor. That is dead straight again, attacking those stumps of the Northants batters. 2 slips, short leg. Calvin Harrison at short mid-on lasted just the one delivery that saw the end of James Sales' gutty stay. In swing this time. Tom Taylor works that into the onside. Steve Mullaney, hands on his head once again. Wicket maiden, 5 overs, 2 maidens, and 1 wicket for 12 runs for the Nottinghamshire skipper. Lyndon James will carry on from the David Capel end. Shape away from Harry Goldston. Welcome back, Sam.
Thanks, Dan.
Bad news.
Ah, yes.
James Sales was caught behind off the bowling of Steve Mullaney.
Oh, we're odds on for a finish today now, aren't we?
Yeah. And a big appeal for LBW, but Harry Goldstone got some bat on that. Elected to use his feet to Lyndon James this time. Three slips in. All Nottinghamshire. That innings of Joe Clark yesterday and today, and a couple of partnerships with Matthew Montgomery, Patterson White, proving incredibly vital.
Yeah, so that's 3 batters for Northamptonshire who've been dismissed by the same bowler in both innings now. Whiteman to Patterson, Zabe to James, and Sales to Mullaney.
Turned into the leg side, and Harry Goldston picks up another one.
Tom, sorry, go ahead, Dan.
No, I was just going to say there still is a good opportunity and plenty of time out here for the likes of Harry Goldston, Tom Taylor, Gareth Berg to spend some time in the middle, some valuable time in some challenging conditions. Stand up, show the coaching squad here at Northants that there is some real fight and grit in this team, and put your hand up, say I'm here,
Yeah,
I can do this for you.
that's about all there is left in this game for
Pride, isn't there?
Northants. Show some resilience. It's alarmingly similar to what happened against Hampshire.
Carbon copy almost, isn't it? Down the ground this time.
Ooh.
And that looks very painful. At cover, not quite sure
It's Matt Montgomery, isn't it?
what has happened or what that's hit. Was that a chance, Sam, as well?
No,
It wasn't. It was a half
just-
volley, was it?
Yeah, it just spattered him out of off a bit of
Yeah,
turf, but it was hit quite hard.
looks like he landed a bit awkward, didn't he, on his shoulder. But there we are. If you've been wondering who you've been listening to for the last couple of days, that's us two.
The doomsayers, if you're Northants fans.
Precisely.
Interesting to see Brett Hutton rolling his shoulders there. You mentioned that you wondered how long it would be before we saw one of he or Patterson return to the attack.
I wonder whether we might have seen them if Mulaney hadn't have picked up that wicket in the last over. Very attacking now, Sam. We've got a short leg in. The wicket of James Sales came with a move from third slip to silly mid-on for Calvin Harrison. It was caught behind, so the fielding change didn't make a difference, but I think it does prove, or did prove, how attacking Nottinghamshire are allowed to be.
Yeah, you say it doesn't play a role in the dismissal, but or not literally.
Not directly.
But actually it pushed, looking at the replay, it pushed Sales back, and so he went onto the back foot, whereas previously he might have been, I mean, he had been defending on the back foot quite a lot, but when you've got that man in your eye line on the drive, he's perhaps more inclined to go back and
try and defend it more into the offside rather than straight as well.
Yeah.
And that is a lovely shot by Harry Goldston, who punches that one through cover and picks up 4.
Made a lovely sound off the bat, didn't it?
It did indeed. Lovely shot.
50 up.
50 up for Northamptonshire, 53 for 6. And I'm sure that'll do Harry Goldston's confidence the world of good.
I think you might well be right that Mulaney may, having picked up that wicket, done his job, might be time for Brett Hutton to return.
Yeah, I think they'll be desperate to get one of Brett Hutton or Dane Patterson back into the attack, won't they, as quick as they possibly can. Just 4 wickets remaining now for Northamptonshire. We've heard the cries of a 3-day finish from the Nottinghamshire fielders, and they'll be doing absolutely everything to make sure that that's possible for them. In swing this time. Goldston up to the task. The flag flying Pemberton cannot be hushed.
Yeah, he threw thick and thin.
Big movement from the hand, isn't it, from Steve Mulaney? It does make it a little bit more straightforward to play when you see it swing straight from the bowler's hands. But nonetheless, it's quite extravagant movement.
Well, that's what Brett Hutton does so well, is get late movement.
Yeah.
It's not. It doesn't do as much as Steve Mulaney's.
Pretty sure that'll be the end of Steve Mulaney as well. Joe Clark signalling to the Notts balcony to come and collect the helmet. So I think we'll see Hutton again from the Lynn Wilson Centre and next over, Sam.
Yeah. Well, he'll be thinking, how have I not got a wicket?
Off the pads of Tom Taylor, and he will pick up a couple of leg byes.
Tom Taylor played a fantastic innings, didn't he, at Taunton?
Yeah.
Supporting his standing captain Sam Whiteman as Northamptonshire navigated their way to safety. Sadly, unless something miraculous happens, I don't think that'll be the case here. It's interesting, is it, the pitches this season at Northants have certainly offered a lot more for the bowler, and I think that was a conscious decision with the reduction in draw points. John Sadler mentioned that they'd asked for a few more millimetres of grass to be left on. I actually don't think the pitch has really been the factor in this game. It's been swing, hasn't it, really, and a bit of nip, which is probably more to do with conditions than any demons in the pitch. So I don't know whether this has the same amount of grass as the games against Middlesex and Hampshire. Might be worth us asking.
I would say, looking at it, less than the Hampshire game and the same as the Middlesex game would be my guess, just looking at it from this distance.
But if you are, I just wonder if you're sort of getting to this state of collapse is becoming a bit of a habit, whether actually to sort of stem to try and, you know, get a bit of confidence back in the batters the next time you're at home. Might try and revert to sort of a last season type pitch. The difference, of course, as well, is the weather has been so much worse this summer. Next home game here not till July in the Championship. Hopefully we'll have had some sun by then. A tricky trip to Hampshire next week, and not much time to move on from the defeat against them before Northampton play them again at the Aegeus next Thursday against that formidable attack of Abbott, Abbas. And Keith Barker's back, having missed out here at Northampton with an injury.
Yeah,
and then that's before you even mentioned James Fuller, who took 6 for.
Yep.
And I think has bowled pretty well at against Canterbury this week.
Yeah, he picked up 5, didn't he, down at Canterbury. And Hampshire in good form. Looks like both the openers are going through some stretches and aerobic exercises.
Well, these Nottinghamshire lads will be desperate to be back on the M1 as soon as possible. Home in time for Eurovision.
I really hope that's not their encouragement to get home early. In my day, we had Terry Wogan on there, Sam, and it's not the same. Not the same as what it used to be.
I'm looking forward to it. I like Eurovision.
Do you?
Yeah. My friend Laura, who is a Eurovision super fan.
Okay. I hope she's not listening to the stream, because I've not exactly been that complimentary towards it, have I?
I'm not sure she's a county cricket super fan.
Listen out.
But I texted her saying I like our entry this year.
Who is our entry, Sam?
She's called May Muller.
Okay.
And it's a song called I Wrote a Song.
I bet that took ages to come up with that title.
Don't diss it, it's good.
I'm not dissing the song, I'm dissing the title.
Yeah, I texted her saying I like it. She said, me too, but it's not a winner.
Did we win it last year?
We came second.
Did we?
Ukraine won.
It was the man with the hair, wasn't it?
Sam Ryder. Spaceman.
Yes.
You want to sing it?
No. I don't know the bloke's name, Sam, let alone the song.
I'm not going to give it a go. It's a bit beyond my range.
We'll save it for the T20 Blast nights. Brett Hutton will return from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. Have you got a Sam's Eurovision tip of the day then for the viewers?
Sweden are the big favourites.
Right, okay. Based on what?
The odds.
What? Okay. Down the ground, and a lovely shot by Tom Taylor to get his second run. Harry Goldston interested in a second, but Tom Taylor says no. There's usually some pretty rogue entries in that competition, isn't there? Some of the countries rock up I was going to use, but I think that might be quite an appropriate way to describe them. And you sit there after a couple of minutes and you scratch your head and wonder what you've just watched.
Yeah, but we're hosting it because
Are we?
We came second, and obviously
Of course.
Ukraine,
So where is it then?
Liverpool.
Is it?
You've been living under a rock for the last week.
Clearly in the world of Eurovision, Sam. Yeah, it's completely passed me by. Forgive me for my my ignorance.
Yeah, come on, mate. That's important stuff.
It's Defended this time by Harry Goldston. So you don't think we're going to win it?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, okay, so you do think we're going to win it?
No, Laura, my friend, doesn't think it's a winner.
So what do you think about our entry then, Sam?
I think it's worth an each-way bet.
So you're thinking one of the medal places then?
Yeah, I think it's odds on for a top 10 finish.
And upish and out. Harry Goldston goes for an expansive drive, doesn't get it. Straight to Hasib Hamid at point, and Brett Hutton picks his first wicket up of the day. Wicketkeeper Harry Goldston goes for 6 off 17 balls. 59 for 7. The score now. Nottinghamshire need just the 3 wickets to win this game at Wantage Road and wrap the fixture up well inside day 3. And as Sam has said, get back on the M1, get the Union Jack hats on, and tune into Eurovision tonight.
Yeah, that bowling change bringing Brett Hutton back, delivering almost instant results for Stephen Mullaney and his Nottinghamshire team. Harry Goldston just, I think, probably thought, if it's in my slot, given the situation the team are in, I'm going to have a go, and we've seen that prove very difficult throughout this game. So I think we are now in the final throes of this fixture, and another worrying batting collapse.
I think that's the nature of those dismissals. Safes, Harry Goldston's. Although in a position to, as you say, if it's in my half, I'll have a dip at it. But the fact they've been quite soft, I think regardless of the timing and the situation of the game, I think will no doubt disappoint the 2 batters. Gareth Berg in at number 9. Had a good partnership at the end of the first innings. And he will face up against Brett Hutton, who has 2 balls left in the first over of his second spell in this innings. Cameraman Ben enjoyed the Eurovision chat, Sam, so you're in safe company. Defended first up by Gareth Berg.
Yeah, me and Ben might be in a minority. Have you got any views on Eurovision?
I don't suspect you're in the minority, Sam.
Then do get in touch.
Gareth Berg successfully negotiates a good over from Brett Hutton. He picked up the wicket of wicketkeeper Harry Goldston and moved the game along just a little bit further. 7 down now, Northamptonshire, still trailing by 38. Gareth Berg and Tom Taylor, the batters at the crease for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club here at Wantage Road.
I think the biggest frustration for Northamptonshire, and this is not to say that Nottinghamshire have given them a huge amount of choice in the matter, it's in a low-scoring game, obviously a 100-run lead or whatever it was, is huge, really.
Yeah.
But if they could have somehow dragged themselves, even given, you know, said to themselves, well, if we can even post up set Nottinghamshire 120, which would have required them to get 220, which at 60 for 7 is a long way off.
Yeah.
But the ball has just done so much, and the bowlers have been so on top.
Yeah.
That, you know, you've got a 10% chance then.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't given themselves chance in this game at all, have they? It's been high quality this afternoon from from Hutton and Patterson, and backed up nicely by James and Mulaney to give them a break. But Patterson is back, and Berg is driving down the ground.
Yeah, you take nothing away from this Nottinghamshire side. I think Joe Clark keeps saying it, but I think his innings was exactly how you got to play in these conditions. And he grafted, and he set his side up for victory, really, after all the hard work, all the brilliance from his bowlers.
Yeah. 4 very good partnerships in that Nottinghamshire innings, weren't there? The start by Duckett and Hamid, particularly the positivity of Ben Duckett, made Northampton's 158 look rather small. You looked up and you suddenly thought, well, Notts only trail by 100 now. Their opening partnership was worth 58. Ben Duckett scored 39 off 43, and as I say, really swung the momentum in the favour of Nottinghamshire. A couple of quick wickets, but then that tricky partnership between Matthew Montgomery and Joe Clark worth 68, the highest of their innings, and that's driven nicely by Gareth Berg through the covers, who I think, if that goes, will pick up 4. Steve Mulaney almost shepherded that one to the boundary, didn't he?
It certainly wasn't giving it everything.
Absolutely not. So that partnership, again, the partnership between Joe Clark and Lyndon James worth 48, and then Joe Clark again and Liam Patterson-White in that morning session proved tricky to get rid of. It'd be another game for Northamptonshire to rue missed chances in the field, how different that scorecard might have looked.
And in a low-scoring game, you can't afford to.
Yeah, if those chances had been taken. But as I've said earlier today, how different might that Northamptonshire innings have looked if Vasconcelos had been taken for 11. And that is snipped this time.
Oh.
And that is caught by Brett Hutton at first slip. A ridiculous... I think you'd have to call that an assist by Ben Duckett, wouldn't you? Tipped it up over the bar. Brett Hutton did the rest. Dane Patterson has 5 now. Put it out there. Invited the drive. Gareth Berg did the rest. And a good catch by Brett Hutton in the end.
Brilliant.
One-handed.
Brilliant.
Over his head.
It was sort of like that back of the hand Ben Stokes style in the World Cup.
Yeah.
Not quite as athletic, but for a fast bowler, that was sensational. Yeah, well, it almost was another drop chance, but when things are going your way...
I must admit, I was quite hopeful that it might have been. But nonetheless, 5 for Dane Patterson, 8.5 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 13. Overseas, Jordan Buckingham, the man at number 10, 23 years old, provided night watchman duties down at Taunton last week.
Carried by Harrison, off the bowling of Peterson for 4.
And
That's 5 wickets in the innings for Patterson.
he will join his partner Tom Taylor at the crease with the score 64 for 8, trailing by 33.
A crowd applauding Dane Patterson as well. They might, because he has been a force of nature in the second innings. Those 4 wickets ripping out the heart of Northamptonshire's top order, and deserved a 5-wicket haul.
And Jordan Buckingham off the mark. Straight away he runs that down to deep third and picks up a couple.
Yeah, it's just remarkable. So 149 all out and 158 not out are the 2 first innings scores for Northamptonshire in their last 2 home games. And then 63 all out in the second innings against Hampshire, and now 66 for 8. Carbon copy, as you said, Dan.
Yeah.
Did you read out, or did you reference David Naylor's?
I didn't know.
No, well, just to say thanks, Dave, for your email. He's acknowledges that it's tough conditions, but is frustrated with this batting performance. I don't think he'll be alone. Appreciate you getting in touch, Dave. Thank you.
Man going out on the leg side to Tom Taylor. Whether this is a short ball option from Brett Hutton or whether it's an invite for Tom Taylor to get off strike and allow the Notts bowlers to bowl at Jordan Buckingham, I will soon find out. And it's full outside the off stump. Three slips in still, as you can see, has been most of the day. Quite often 4. For Notts in this second innings. Down the grounds, and what a ridiculous way to lose the 9th wicket. Brett Hutton with a fingertip parry onto the stumps at the non-striker's end, and Jordan Buckingham is run out whilst backing up. And if you could think of a more appropriate way to sum up this second innings from Northamptonshire, Sam, I'd invite you to do so.
Well, as I said, when Brett Hutton took that excellent catch off being parried from the slips, when things are going your way, they go your way. And once again, it is the hand of Brett Hutton that brings about the downfall of yet another Northamptonshire batter. And Jordan Buckingham departs, and that just leaves Jack White as the final man in this chastening match for Northamptonshire. He joins Tom Taylor, who played a lovely straight drive straight onto the finger of Brett Hutton, and then onto the stumps. And that was the end of that. So yeah, still trailing by 31 runs. And the smiles on the Nottinghamshire fielders' faces say it all. Yeah, it's a party mood amongst the 11 men in green caps out there.
Very good couple of days in the office from the boys from Trent Bridge, missing Stuart Broad and Ollie Stone in this fixture. Luke Fletcher missing with an ankle injury from the first innings, and you would not notice with how well Brett Hutton, Dane Patterson, Lyndon James and Stephen Mullaney have bowled for Nottinghamshire in this game.
Tom Taylor, I think, is going to swing the bat here, see if he can erode these 31 runs, although I'm not sure his bowlers will be that happy if he forces them to come out again. But yeah, Wendell waving his flag.
Yeah. Been a tough watch, Sam, from a Northamptonshire perspective. 158 never felt like enough, did it? Created opportunities which weren't taken.
And, slower ball, really, from Brett Hutton, one that just looped into the bowler's footmarks outside the off stump, and a tempter, I think, for Tom Taylor, be able to reach so far across that no chance of him spooning it up in the air. looking ahead, Hampshire away for Northamptonshire next week. I hope that Luke Proctor will be fit to return. Same with Ben Sanderson. And Josh Cobb has obviously been out with a calf injury as well. And Tom Taylor looking to cut that behind square, but only finding fresh air with his bat.
Yeah. Just quickly, Sam, the rest of the Division 1 fixtures. Warwickshire need 37 runs to win against Essex with 8 wickets in hand. Lancashire trail by 130 in their first innings. Surrey lead by 152 in their first innings. And Hampshire lead by 159 in the first innings down at Canterbury as well.
Another swing of the bat from Taylor. Doesn't quite get hold of it. Squirts it out into the onside. Yeah, Nottinghamshire, meanwhile, host Essex. And if Essex are going to lose their game against Warwickshire, which looks likely, and if Nottinghamshire could win against Essex when they're down, suddenly they're right up there in the chasing pack between Surrey and Warwickshire. So their confidence will be sky high. They've recovered well after having to battle for a draw against Lancashire. But it's gone the opposite way for Northants, who battled hard against Somerset. Rather succumbed against the boys from Trent Bridge.
I thought the article about Nottinghamshire after the Lancashire game, which I think said something along the lines of a team more built or looking forward to the white ball cricket rather than the red ball, might be a little bit stiff with the declaration at Lords in an attempt to force the victory. The resilient defence at Old Trafford, and then an impressive bowling performance here at Wantage Road. As you said, this result will send Nottinghamshire up the table.
Yeah, especially in a season so far where wins have been so hard to come by. This will be the second win of the season for Nottinghamshire, to go with 2 draws and a defeat. A defeat where they've done most of the running, but they play attacking cricket, results-driven cricket. Shout for LBW, but I don't think there's much going for that. Hope more than expectation from Dane Passon, looking for his 6th wicket of the innings.
Yeah, as you say, very little going for that one.
Yeah, going down past leg stump. Not a difficult decision for the umpire. And it's all over. Tom Taylor with a wild swipe, finds the edge. Joe Clark takes the catch. And Nottinghamshire win by an innings and 25 runs. Another chastening experience here at Wantage Road so far this season for
Congratulations to Nottinghamshire.
Northamptonshire.
Winners by an innings and 25 runs.
Just to confirm and compound the misery for the home side, the announcer repeats the result here at Wantage Road. Tom Taylor deciding that he was going to try and steal a few quick runs, but Brett Hutton was having none of it. He finishes with 2 for 19, but the star of the show in Northamptonshire's second innings is Dane Patterson with 5 for 16 from 10 overs, and he just absolutely decimated the top order. There are shouts from some very unhappy home supporters at what they've seen. Claps from the Nottinghamshire players towards their travelling fans, of whom there have been a number. I guess we've said all that needs to be said, Dan, but
it's really tough to sum that up, isn't it, from a Northamptonshire perspective? I think you have to congratulate Nottinghamshire, particularly the way that they bowled across the course of those 2 innings. Dane Patterson 5 in the second, Brett Hutton 5 in the first. Joe Clark, a good innings with some handy help from a couple of the other Nottinghamshire batters to help create that first innings score of 255. And in terms of a batting performance, Sam, across the 2 innings, simply not good enough from Northamptonshire. Second innings, 1 batter got into double figures, which was Saif Zaib with 26. 9 runs for Tom Taylor, 8 for Sam Whiteman. And not a fixture that I think we'll want to look back on anytime soon.
huge congratulations to Nottinghamshire, who have outclassed Northants here this week. They take 20 points from the match, 16 for the win, 4 bonus points, which will send them up Division 1. Northants take 3 points, just the 3 bonus bowling points, which leaves them right down towards the bottom of the table, with just Kent currently below them. And they'll need to have a long look at what they can do about the batting. The bowling has been good.
Yep.
In this game. Bowling Nottinghamshire out for 255. And sticking at it, but yes, some reflection on how these collapses can be avoided. Always a privilege, regardless of what happens out in the middle, to be able to sit and watch cricket here at Wantage Road. Been a great privilege as ever to be on comms for this game on the Northamptonshire Live stream, powered by Daffabet. Thanks to them, thanks to all the guys behind the scenes making it happen. And thanks to you, Dan, for your company.
Sam, it's been good. I've enjoyed it. Enjoyed your company. The commentary has been, as you say, a pleasure. And we return to Wantage Road for some T20 Blast, change of format, hopefully a change of fortune as well.